examination of interim topics for 2023. The next committee up will be joint revenue. Chairman's just run through your topics and then we'll ask you some questions. Thank you.
How you want to do it?
Afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the council setting us back a little bit. Appreciate Chairman Beitman. I called him and wanted to make sure it was okay, and I appreciate his graciousness. I think Chairman Beitman is first time committee chairman. I think there's no better way to do this than to do it, and you're such a friendly bunch. And these are all good topics. So I think he can take you through them, and then I'll just
Bad cleanup.
bad cleanup.
All right.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Chairman. Please continue.
Well, good afternoon, committee. Thank you for your time today, presenting for the Joint Revenue Committee. The interim topics that we voted on and as a, feedback, voted on as a committee, I don't know if you have our list or not in front of you, but our letter, priority number one was property tax issues. Of course, that received by far the most votes in our committee again. The committee wants to take a look at a more broad property tax relief. Also, they want to take a look at personal property tax. There was a bill in the Senate to deal with personal property tax and exempt it all, to get rid of the whole thing. It had legs, but there was concern that the price tag was a little too steep. So the direction from the body on the Senate side was, if you could couple that with maybe broadening the sales tax base to pay for some of this, kind of make it more revenue neutral. We said we'd certainly do that. That's what we voted on as a committee. As you'll see, sales tax issues is number 3, but it ties closely with property tax relief, because in order to get major property tax relief that's pretty expensive, you're going to have to figure out a way to pay for it. So broadening the sales tax base would definitely help. Let's see what else with property. Oh, the constitutional amendment related to residential property and options for lowering property taxes. So as you know, we passed the acquisition value study. That'll be part of the interim and kind of keep abreast of what's going on with that. And we've got some new committee members that we're going to have to bring up to speed on the acquisition value study that was done last interim. Priority number 2 is severance tax parity. The idea behind that is, as you know, there's many different severance tax rates depending on the mineral produced. And the idea is, if we're going to do broad-based tax relief, let's look at cleaning up the tax code and making it more fair for everybody, and looking at maybe finding a tax rate for everybody that's the same, or if not, as close as possible. So you've got coal paying 6.5%, oil and gas 6%, Trona 4%, bentonite 2%, uranium 4%, but not until after 2026 if the price is a certain level, sand and gravel 2%, and all other 2%. So it's all over the map. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We're going to take a look at that and come back with some recommendations and possibly a bill draft. Priority number 3 was sales tax issues. Like I said, there was a bill Representative Brown had this year that would broaden the sales tax base and get rid of almost all the exemptions. And you can even lower the rate at that point because it would bring in so much more revenue. I like that idea, and if we can couple that with maybe some property tax relief on the personal property tax, I think we can get a deal done. As you see with all these, the top 3 issues, and possibly even going into issue number 4, which is the education revenue, you also have to look at the distributions, because when you make a tax cut for property tax, it affects different groups, cities, towns, counties. Severance tax affects K-12 education. So when you cut in one area, it kind of pushes the bubble out another. So in order to get relief, you need to understand how it all interplays with the distribution side. So I think a primer on distribution for the new members would be critical. And looking at how we do the distribution, we might even want to look at changing some of those formulas, but it's all part of the broad topic. Sales tax, okay. Priority number 4 is education revenue. The committee felt strongly as we still need to look for sustainable long-term revenue sources for K-12 funding. I think with the property tax and sales tax discussion, this dovetails nicely into the top 3 priorities. Priority number 5 was state lands, to study and propose solutions to maximize returns from valuable state land parcels, i.e. Teton County and things of that nature. I don't see that taking up a whole lot of time, but it would definitely be a important topic for us to consider on the Revenue Committee. Also, the committee decided on tax administration issues, priority number 6, working with the Department of Revenue and the Board of Equalization, fixing any administration issues that may crop up. Again, not a whole lot of time, but it's something we need to take a look at and be aware of. And the last, ladies and gentlemen, is electric generation tax. This came in kind of late, but the idea will be reviewing the possibility of a gross receipts tax on the production of electricity and a discussion of allowing the credit against the tax for all of the tax paid. And with that, that is your list. I'll defer to my co-chairman if I missed anything or kind of skipped over everything, but broadly, that's where we're at. And as you can see, a lot of these kind of interplay with each other. So I think our 2.5 committee meetings, we'll have plenty of time to do a good job on these issues.
Mr. Chairman.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Council. Appreciate Chairman's explanation. I think really those first 3 you see on there, you know, that's our tax base. We're a sales tax state primarily, and then property tax and severance tax, a gross receipts tax, or an income tax on mineral producers, really. And so a lot of new members on the 14 members of the Joint Committee. I think I'm the only returning member. I think the chairman actually chaired it when I was speaker. I really wasn't mad at him and appointed him chairman of revenue, but Mr. Speaker. But anyway, I think part of this whole thing is this education piece. You know, you dig into property taxes in Wyoming, and really it's, you know, all property tax, it's about valuation. Number one, we got to make sure it's fair. It's a constitutional charge. And then about the assessment rate, right? You had a bill on that. We had a bill on the assessment rates, and then the mill levies. And the mill levies are capped in Wyoming, so we have a cap in that. But there's more talk about acquisition value, or do you cap value? That's been a lot of the talk. Those got a long ways to go. I think this 4th class that we passed, the legislature passed, will be on the ballot. It's going to be a significant consideration for the people. And I think the property tax refund program that we funded more generously than ever in our history, it's going to be interesting. And I think we're going to learn more. You know, we've had about 4 spikes in the last 40 years, property tax spikes. Going to see if this keeps going or if it's going to calm down a little bit. And I think this remote work, and Wyoming's got beautiful places. We got people moving in here and buying up places, driving up value. So I think to continue to talk about number 1. Number 2, again, I just, you know, I think it's, this is really the chairman's, I think, idea, and I think it's good to kind of go back and visit, whether we make any changes or not. I mean, Bentonite was set at 2% for a reason, our predecessors, you know, but maybe we want to talk about that. And then the sales tax part, I think, is huge. And I think it's only about 4 states that don't have an income tax, 4 or 5 states, just a couple that don't have sales tax. But I think it's important that we learn there's only 63 services we tax. And South Dakota taxes 150, Texas nearly 200. So I think to learn about where all that, because it's, you know, and I remember Chairman Madden used to always talk about how, you know, 60 years ago, about 70% of what people spent their money on were goods and about 30% services, and slowly that's changed. Now Wyomingites spend most of their dollars on services. And so I think to make sure, and the talk about broaden and lower, it's been around a long time, and it's to have that discussion, and that education piece will be important. Education revenue, if the council, so we've been working that, we kind of went down the gaming Class 3 gaming road last year. We couldn't get it done. There were a couple of us working on a working group. We couldn't get it done in time to be a revenue committee bill, but that bill is out there and is an interesting approach. Could probably make $100 million a year, basically out of state money. And so if you want us to kind of talk about that a little more, state lands, been working it hard, and I think this state land board has done a nice job. And I just think, though, there are certain parcels that are extremely valuable. I'm not talking about grazing parcels out in much of Wyoming. I'm talking about a few of these on the interstates, and you know, one of the larger truck stops in the state is located on a state parcel. So all these things, I think, and I think our Office of State Land's done a nice job. Mr. Speaker and Council, I think priority 6 is probably the one thing where we can bring you a bill for sure to probably pass a 2/3 introduction, I'd hope, on a short budget session, because the department and the Board of Equalization always have issues that we can help fix to make things run better and make it work better for our citizens. So I think if you would give us that one, I think that's not going to take us a lot of time. Number 6. And of course, number 7, you've heard about from previous committees, corporations and others. And they probably, you know, I heard what you kind of did. I was driving down the road, but they certainly probably have more of the experience on that topic. I would agree with Chairman Case. But then I would just say this, a priority we talked about, and it's been pushed around from TRW, and TRW wanted to give it to revenue 2 years ago, but I haven't seen any committee talk about gaming. And I haven't seen anybody talk about historic horse racing, except my city council members who are talking to me about it. And I don't know that we're the right committee, but somebody probably ought to take a look at that. And I just didn't see it on any of these letters. And it was interesting because I think many of us talked about it in our meetings, and but I don't see it in these materials. So with that, Mr. Speaker and Mr. President and Council, appreciate your work and the responsibility you have to do. And we'll respect whatever you give us to work on, we'll work on it. We just say two days and maybe a 1 day in Cheyenne at the end, because I don't think we're not where we were 6 years ago, you know, where we're trying to, but I think it's really, if we can keep learning and keep moving the education process for the committee and the legislature, that's a good thing. That needs to always continue. So thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chairman. Do we have any questions of the committee? Okay. With that, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Would anybody like to comment on the Revenue Committee topics? Any public comment? Anybody online? All right, I'm going to close public comment and open it up to the committee. Committee? Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, I would move the committee recommendations.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Representative Stith, you got any more?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to amend the recommendations to delete priority 2 severance tax parity.
It's been moved and seconded to delete priority 2 severance tax parity. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Motion carries.
I have a quick comment on that. I think part of that can get picked up just as a general, as part of your review, and you can still somewhat cover it, because the way your reviews run, really the first level of that is just to look at what the rates are and compare them, and at that point you can logically get to where you need to go, I think. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Stith, you have anything else?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd move for discussion to move the electric priority 7, to move that up the list, just to make it a higher priority, to put it up above and make it the first priority. I think it's an interesting topic, and that doesn't change what it is, just moves it up the list. And whether that makes a difference to the committee and how they consider it, I don't know, but.
Is
that'd be
there
the motion.
is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Are there any other amendments? Representative Stith, anybody? Representative Zwanitzer, you got any?
I do, Mr. Chairman. It's probably more conceptual for LSO. As you remember, we deleted priority 5 from the Minerals Committee. And then we did leave some of the electric issues with corporations. So I don't want to directly, we had discussed when we talked about the Minerals Interim Committee that that could go to revenue. I just really want to make sure that the kind of the gamut of issues are being covered by one of those two committees. And so if there's some more on electricity, I think the Minerals Priority 5 had fees and taxation of various electric generation sources to ensure equity. So maybe just a conceptual amendment to ensure we're getting the minerals, kind of whatever they had planned that we removed into revenue. If I can make kind of that amorphous motion.
Is there a second on that? It's been seconded. So just a comment, I think that's good. I think they were gonna keep one topic, it seemed like, that they had. I think that was something they had in mind, but I think that's a good idea. Any more comment on that? Not, all those in favor of ensuring that we capture all the electric generation topics that Minerals had into revenue, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I have one, and it really isn't on their list, but it was brought up by the chairman, is when you start looking at your state lands revenues, and I know you've kind of specialized in it, and I'd like to see us continue on that, is continue to take a deeper look into generating revenues off some of these state grounds that, I think those were put there for a reason for the state. And I think we're missing the boat on some of them to this day. And so to continue to look at revenue producing into those state lands, and that's a pretty broad topic. It could allow you to go a lot of places, but particularly some of these that lay on the highways and the interstates and by towns, the state might benefit from that, and then also to take a look at locking them up for better revenue. You know, the ag community always flinches when you're looking at raising revenues, but I think there's some utility to the state to look at blocking these up on some of these large landowners, is get where you've got access to them, that we can generate better revenue off of them, and they're easier to manage. And we always look at that from the ag standpoint, but I'm not sure management-wise it doesn't make some sense to look at it from revenue. Could you give me your feedback on that?
Chairman?
Thoughts about making it a priority?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, first of all, your first comment, absolutely the reason why these lands were given to the state in our active admission, they have a job to do. And I think sometimes we think, well, and I know, we heard it in the House of Representatives, these are grazing lands. They're not grazing lands, they are state trust lands. And we all swore an oath that part of the Constitution is to maximize the value. Now, are most of them gonna be grazing lands? Absolutely. We don't wanna, so it's not a thing with ag, but there are, as you mentioned, I think we're missing the boat on a few of these. And even if we don't accomplish much with a bill, to continue to talk about it is so important, and to keep raising this issue that there are some really valuable parcels that we can leverage with that. As far as your last part, blocking that, that's not my probably, there's other people know a lot more about it, but that's the committee work, we can get to work on some of that, if I understood you right.
Mr. Chairman, a little follow-up on that. Yeah, I get there's no deal. We always look at it, and you hit it on the head. We look at it from an ag standpoint. And the truth is, should we be looking at it from a management standpoint, not an ag standpoint? Where can we make more sense for the state? Second part is your grazing. I agree to some degree, but the really big giveaway we give on state grounds, and I'll probably watch my computer start lighting up here, is we all recreate and hunt for free on them statewide. And I think that needs to be considered in certain areas. I can tell you there's school sections that are by my ranch that if you allowed those to be leased by hunting groups or by outfitters, would probably bring in 10 times what the ag lease is on. And I think we missed the boat on some of these. These lands were set aside to generate revenue, not for the enjoyment of the people. And I know that a lot enraged some people, but, you know, my ranch leases state grounds. And I consider blessed that we get to help the school system by helping the state administer those grounds. And I think we need to really get that message out there and find a way to make it where we're not breaking people's backs, but we're maximizing the revenue from those. And that in return lowers the tax rate for everybody, because we pay for education one way or the other. Every dollar that they drill in oil and gas on them, and every dollar that they bring in is a dollar that I don't have to go pay somewhere else to educate kids.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
can I pile on this subject? If we're really gonna do this and take a look at the potential to generate additional revenue off of these state lands, I would strongly recommend that you go back and pull up the 2018 work that the Joint Ag Committee did, and there's roughly 206,000 acres of state school trust lands that are landlocked in federal lands because of the restrictions of the federal lands, that we can't access them. And so when you got a state section tied up in the Grovont Wilderness area, we generate zero. And we have these in wilderness study areas and ECA or RCAs and ACECs, areas of critical environmental concerns. Some of the work that we did back then, there were some estimates of excess of $1 billion of potential mineral revenues locked up in that 106,000 acres. And so I would strongly recommend that if the committee's going to do that, that they look at that and see what the state of Utah was successful in getting 2 fairly large land transfers done to get those school state sections in Utah out of those wilderness designated monuments to fund the public school system. So if you're going to take a big look at that, please go back, look at that 106,000 acres of school trust lands that are landlocked, and we can't access them for the purpose of maximizing revenue for the trustees.
So thank you. You know, there's a couple of comments I want to make. And one is, I think your topics are too big. You know, I think just that one that was just mentioned, you know, that in of itself could be huge. And then I look at the sales tax issue. You could, I really like the concept of what you were talking about. If you want to offset some property taxes, some sales tax, and do some things there, that might be really interesting. But the sales tax topic itself is an interim, if you really want to dig into it. And so, you know, I don't know whether we eliminate that or not. And I think the education revenue, frankly, I think that one has been talked about enough, and to a point. You know, some of it you'll get with state lands. If you actually make some headway on that, you'll help the education revenue side. And I think all of these are too big in the form they're in. And that's just a comment, but any motions?
Mr.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick word. I appreciate Senator Hicks is exactly right. And when we also did a study in revenue kind of on a proposal piece, and we looked at that, and I agree that just to go back and read these and learn. Mr. Speaker and Council, I would say all of these, it's going to be tough to generate a bill for a short session. It really is, and I've heard other chairmen present today talking about this 2-year look. Really, it's for that, getting them ready for that next one. And so much of this, like sales tax, we're going to have to spend some time learning Wyoming sales tax. Got a brand new committee, and that would be like a 3-hour thing. Our staff would give us all the reports, updates. So that's what and then we can start talking about some of these options. There's no way that bill would pass 2/3 next year. It's just, we wouldn't do it. But I think to start this learning curve, you know, I think is going to be really important on all those 3 kind of big areas where we tax in this state. So that's really the idea, is more of an education piece on this. it's tough when you have a 2/3 introduction deal. It's tough. So, and revenue is a tough committee. And that's because whether you're raising or lowering or whatever, somebody's not happy about it. And it's a tough deal. So again, that's really the vein we're coming to you with a lot of this, I think, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Any other motions? Representative Stiff,
Mr. Speaker, I would move to delete priority 4, education revenue.
is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Please, go ahead. Senator Higgs.
In a rare moment of solidarity with my chairman, I agree, these are big subjects. It takes multiple years to craft legislation, and I just think at this point in time, because this is a big subject and it has so many potential ramifications out there, I think sometimes we take too short of a view from one year to the next and not allowing the committee, because this will be the exact same committee next year, the opportunity to start fleshing out and at least understand the issues and the opportunities as they may be presented. And then next year, drill down on the legislation is really a direction I think that we should support when we have committees with these big issues like this. And so I would, I just recommend that we allow the committee to go ahead and start this process, knowing full well that it is a multi-year process.
Okay, any other comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you. Just quickly, gentlemen, you both were here to hear the conversation regarding sales tax and reservation. Not that I suggest you should take that up, but your comments about that, willingness to pay attention to that and be learned about it.
Chairman.
Yeah, we had a difficult time hearing, but I think you were talking about the tribal sales tax collection. Yeah, I think that, and speaking with Senator Ellis about it earlier, she brought up a great point about how that really needs to start with the tribes to see if they're even willing to take that leap. And because it would benefit them to collect that tax and have it distributed to the tribe instead of in this case, Fremont County gets the tax collection revenue. So if they're willing to do that, I think we would come in as a step 2 to make it happen. But I think that tribal relations might be the best place for that issue now to deal with just to see if the tribe's even willing to want to have that discussion. And if they are, we'll certainly be happy to take that up in revenue.
Okay, so we're still on a motion to eliminate priority 4 education revenue. So are there any further comments on priority 4? Not, all those in favor of the motion to eliminate priority 4 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
Motion passes. So are there any other motions? Any other motions? Okay, so what I've got down is we eliminated priority, eliminated the priority on severance tax parity, and we eliminated priority 4 education revenue. If the only thing I would ask the committee is if you want to arrange the priorities anyway, because right now we have kept, I think we did put electric generation tax at 1. Is that right?
Yes.
But we eliminated priority 2 severance tax. Do we want to put property tax as the number 2 priority just to make sure we have the priorities kind of straightened out? Is there a motion to that effect?
I would move that we move property tax to priority number 2.
Is there a second on that?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I think the others probably flow good enough that it doesn't matter, so. All right, with that, we are, without any further amendments, we are on the main motion as amended. Any further comments? Not, all those in favor of the amended motions signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Chairman. That That takes care of joint revenue. The next one for our consideration is management audit. Management audit. I need to find that in my packet here. Oh, excuse me. I'm kind of out of line because we did blockchain. I'm sorry. Let's do select natural resource funding. That was kind of in the middle there, so. Select natural resource funding. Who do we have for chairs of that? I believe one of them is somewhere in the DC area. I think Chairman Craigo is there. I'm not sure on the Senate side who's even chair.
Mr. Chairman, that committee has not elected chairs yet. The only one we had down was Representative Craigo.
All right, so committee, this ought to be easy without any chairman there. We can just,
Second.
let me just take public comment, and then, is there any public comment on the Select Natural Resource Funding Committee? I see none. All right, Chairman, or Senator Hicks. So moved. Second by Driscoll. So all those in favor of accepting the interim topics for Select Natural Resource Funding Committee, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. All right. That goes faster, doesn't it? Now we're at management audit. And so I see Chairman Barlow. I see Chairman Barlow up. So I think Chairman Barlow, you're the one.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of Management Council. Pleasure to join you today. Give me the thumbs up that you can hear me appropriately, Mr. Chairman.
We can.
All right, thank you. If you'd like, I will just stop now and you can just vote on it because it seemed to work for the last committee. Mr. Chairman, I think Management Audit Committee is a little different than some of the other committees that you've dealt with, particularly the standing committees. It falls under more of a select committee approach as it is statutorily authorized. And then there's things that build out from there, but I'll just get straight to the priorities. In the December meeting of Management Council, so the previous Management Council, there was authorized an RFP for a consultant to evaluate what the possibilities are for the for the Management Audit Committee. We are in that timeline right now. That proposal will come back to your body. I think, and certainly the director can give more, flesh this out more at your pleasure. But closing date, release of the RFP was February 24th. Closing date for questions, or the due date for responses and submissions is March 31st. So there's still some things to occur in this, and then of course whether you accept the RFP. And whether you want us to review the applicants and then make a recommendation to Management Council is something for you to decide. But that's kind of where we are with that. And I think certainly the director can, like I said, can flesh this out more. But Management Audit has, and as an ongoing, as a continuing member of that over the last, I can't remember if it's 4 or 6 years now. We have had, certainly there's been, I won't call them frustrations, but learning curve to one for new members to understand what its role is, two, to understand, is it program evaluation or actually financial audits? And we've had members very interested in doing financial audits, but what that means to our staff. And right now, Ms. Sharp is our lead person for this committee. And we have several very qualified staff, but they're all new and we're not completely built out in this role. So the program audit evaluation study and our role in that will be certainly subject to your direction, but that is the first place that we'll put our priority should you go forth with an RFP and try to participate in that process. The second, Mr. Chairman's priority is to receive reports. In the last 4 years, and I think it goes back 4 years now, Management Audit has been directed by Management Council to be a home committee for policy issues for the Department of A&I, for ETS, and for the Department of Audit Public Funds Division. And that Public Funds Division plays directly into the financial audits, and we've actually been fairly engaged in that over the last 2 years, certainly. And I won't go into whether this management council wants to keep those specific home committee assignments. That's certainly your prerogative, but that's what we've traditionally done. Like I said, over the last three to 4 years, if my memory serves me correctly. So what we do is does ETS or A&I have any statutory issues they want addressed? We don't get into the funding issues. We don't get into what has traditionally been part of JAC's work, but we do at least keep the door open for those statutory responsibility things. The final one, Mr. Chairman, might be the only, because of we're trying to rebuild our program and understand what management council might want us to do and understand what the options are through the RFP. The final one is actually something that grew out of the final days of the session, particularly on the Senate side, as the Senate was faced with I guess maybe a little bit of a disjointed approach to how confirmations were being approached, and not only on our side, but by the executive branch, and what that confirmation process means and how, if it needs to be further elucidated or more clearly outlined in statute. And so that's the one, I guess you would call policy, independent policy type issue that management audit has before it. And I would take it a step further, not just the process, confirmation process, but I would say that we have come to know over the last several years that many of our confirmations and our boards and commissions have requirements. Some of them are partisan requirements, or by district or by education, et cetera, members of certain groups, or et cetera. And so if you decided you want us to take a look at this, there may be a place to also take a look at some of those qualifications that I have heard, and we have heard, I think, pose restrictions on the ability to get appointees, even qualified appointees, based on those qualifications. So it's a little bit of an expansion. That's just my own add-on here as we think about gubernatorial appointees. But Mr. Chairman, that is the completeness of the list. I think the first topic is just to understand what we want in the future. That will certainly come back to you ultimately, and then receive reports in the confirmation process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be glad to stand for questions.
Senator Nethercott is reaching for a microphone. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am on this committee now, so I don't have any interest in deciding what we're going to do as part of our interim topics, if I can confess that. But what I'm looking for is, I believe that we did, assign the regulatory reform topic at the request of the executive branch to Corporations Committee? It's unfortunate. All right, thank you.
Chairman Barlow, the one question I had, and I believe I was outvoted at the time on management council, is management audit being the home committee for A&I and ETS. Do you really care about that? Is that something that you feel strongly that management audit should be in that role? And we have in appropriations, we have one of their interim topics is ETS reorganization, I believe. And so just trying to understand how passionate management audit is about those two agencies.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I don't know about passionate. We take direction from management council. We have a statutory structure as well. These topics, and certainly the assignment of these agencies is not statutory. It is an action of management council. I will say, so I won't speak to, it's my desire, strong desire otherwise, to whether they're there. I will say that both the A&I does appreciate, and I've heard this for several years, having a committee to come and bounce policy type or structural type things with, not just the numbers with. And so I know I am one of the few people on this call at this time that's probably not a former member of appropriations. And so I do not have the same propensity to think all things are appropriation matters. So while I may not feel strongly one way or the other, I do think that it does have value. And if the committee would like, if the management council would like, excuse me, we can certainly take up information from those agencies, ETS, ANI, et cetera, and Department of Audit. And if you think we can bring bills forth, or we can, confer with whichever appropriate committee it is. And if that is a conferee with joint appropriations, I certainly don't have a problem with that kind of direction, or take them away.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Any questions of the chairman? Any questions of the chairman? All right, I think I'm going to go to public comment on management audit. Any public comment on management audit? Any public comment online? All right, with that, I will close public comment.
Mr. Chairman?
Chairman Barlow.
Mr. Chairman, I think it might be of some value just to make sure that Director Obrecht doesn't have, might have some comments on staffing and kind of where they are in building out the program. He may not, but I don't want to overlook that in case he does. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that consideration.
Thank you, Chairman Barlow. Director Obrecht, do you have any insight?
Mr. Chairman, I guess what I would say to that point is, I think council knows, but Lily has agreed to stay on, remove the interim from her title and stay on as the full-time administrator of the Program Evaluation and Research Division. Right now, we're looking to hire one additional research analyst, but we'll hold off hiring anyone for the program evaluation section until after the report from the consultants, if we hire any, arrives. And if we don't, we'll see what the recommendation out of Management Audit Committee is, and then council can decide how to act on that later on this interim.
All right. Okay, committee, what's your pleasure on the priorities for management audit? Representative Stiff, do you want to make a motion?
Well, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps as a preliminary motion, I think it logically might come first. I would move that the Department of Administration and Information and the Department of Enterprise Technology Services have the Appropriations Committee as their home committee. I think it's a separate issue from.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. So just in case, just to catch the members up that are having a side chat, the first motion was to move ANI, right? ANI and ETS to appropriations as the home committee. And it was moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. If I can, in looking at the makeup of this committee, there are 2 freshmen and the rest are experienced legislators. And so this is a committee that could be productive and effective. Not the freshmen can't be, but just, I'm a little concerned that there's an entire committee of a full 5 senators, 7 House members that are experienced, that has a pretty light load. And so that I want more work for myself, but I do think that that's something that should be considered as this committee looks at its duties, or to pick up any slack of other committees that would be appropriate for the committee to consider, just for this council to think about in light of the experience, seasoned legislators that serve on the committee.
Thank you. We will still need a motion on the base priorities. Representative Stiff, thank you for carrying that load. I appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee recommendations with the deletion of the references to ANI and ETS.
Okay, is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any amendments? Senator Nethercott, do you have a suggestion for what you just? Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, the discussion that we just had with the Revenue Committee and looking at the long-term aspects of generating higher rate of returns through our state trust lands, I think this would be a good committee to actually have them take a look at that with all those different components that we talked to with the Chairman of Revenue. And I would concur with my colleague, and there's a lot of experience in there. They got a pretty light load right now. I think it just makes sense, given the nature of the lost opportunity cost that we have now, is that we ought to push that over to the Management Audit Committee.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we remove the priority for state lands from revenue and we put it in management audit. Is there any discussion on that?
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Chairman Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to, we certainly will certainly welcome any assignment from the council. I do want to point out that this committee has typically met just 2 or 3 days in an interim. It is not a committee that has been meeting for two consecutive days, followed up by 2 consecutive days, followed up by. So this committee has met at a different pace and basically half of the meetings of any other standing committee. So I don't want to create a false expectation about what this committee can accomplish with half as many days and half the budget currently. If you want more out of this committee, I just throw that out there that is not how it's been utilized or budgeted for in the past. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Barlow, having known you for a long, long time, you will do the most with the least of anybody. So I am convinced of that. So the motion on the floor is to move the state land topic from revenue to management audit. Any further comments? Sensing your urge to vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? I would be a no as well, but I think it still passes. So that motion has passed.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To give a little bit more comfort, I think, to that, my understanding on ANI and transferring that over to us has to deal with the bill that we just addressed in this last session regarding ANI subsuming ETS. So that I don't anticipate taking 3 committee days. I feel confident that we can manage that fairly rapidly. There's already a bill draft prepared for that. Then secondly, there are 3 members of appropriations. The chairman of revenue serves on management audit as well. So it's an appropriate committee. And then the vice chairman is on school facilities. And so I think it's a good mix of legislators that are appropriate and cross into standing committees that are certainly relevant for that conversation. And in light of the work that the Ag Committee did a number of years ago, as Senator Hicks pointed out, I think that that's a good starting place for us to leap from. And I look forward to doing the work in the interim.
All right. So, all right. So now I'm lost where I'm at. All right, I think we're ready to vote. So, any more comments, anything okay, on the main motion of, to approve the management audit topics as amended? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, we are now at Joint Ag. State and Public Lands and Water Resources. Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, and Council, the Senate Chairman, I think, is online, and we'll see if she gets on.
Yes, can you hear me? I'm on.
We can hear you, Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you.
I guess I'd like to start saying basically the same thing about every other chairman has said. Our committee is really green. It is, it's like we're starting all over again. So a lot of what we've proposed here will be education topics and won't necessarily produce any legislation, but could. Anyway, with that being said, in fact, I think we have two on the representative side that are returning, and then two on the Senate side, and then one of the senators was on the House Ag Committee last interim. But anyway, a lot of what we're proposing are education topics, try to get everybody up to speed so that we can do good work maybe in a couple of years, hopefully a little bit this coming short session. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would turn it over to my Senate Chairman.
Chairman
Priority one.
Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Eklund, and thank you for allowing me to join you by Zoom today. I concur with my colleague. We do have a young committee that we would like to spend some time working through some of our background information regarding our agencies and the issues facing us today as the Ag Committee. With that, I'll start us in. We're going to tag team the topics today. And so I'll start with topic number one, or priority number one, which are water issues. We are proposing to have a joint meeting with the Select Water Committee to discuss the Wyoming Water Development Program, basic principles of Wyoming water law, and then Colorado River Basin issues. Basically a summit there, a water summit, where CSG West will be invited in, and Senator Hicks and I think you have graciously offered to help us with that effort to educate ourselves on water law and the issues facing us in the Colorado River Basin. So that would be our first and number one priority. You'll also see that on the Ag Committee priority list. Since we are the standing committee for Select Water, we felt it was very important that we all are on the same page on these issues facing the state. And with that, I'd turn it over to Chairman Eklund for priority number two.
Mr. Speaker.
Chairman, please go ahead.
So priority number two, the committee will review federal cooperative extension service funding. They will evaluate how the funds are spent in areas of designation in order to ensure maximum and effectiveness in the funds. The committee will examine all funding mechanisms for the University of Wyoming's College of Agriculture, including endowments. There was a bill brought that passed the Ag Committee and didn't quite make it through the finish line to possibly start an endowment for the Ag College to fund some of their programs. And we'll look at that. It won't necessarily result in legislation, but we'll see what that involves and kind of see where the state is funds-wise as to whether we can do it or not. The committee will discuss agricultural enhancements, including but not limited to the use of vertical farming and ways of enhancing income in agriculture through value-added programs. So there's quite an interest in this area of vertical farming. And I would like for the Ag Committee to, since we're in the preliminary stages in the infancy of that type of agriculture, I'd like for the Wyoming Agriculture Committee, joint committee, to study that, do a whole cost analysis on the thing. If it worked, it would solve a lot of problems we have in Wyoming. Our water problem, because it uses little water. A climate problem is probably the major one. Possibly the labor shortage and certainly the cost of land. But anyway, it would do an analysis, see if these is something in the future or if it's something that can be done now. Probably won't amount to any kind of legislation. It'll be a study. The committee will receive a report on the use of CARES and ARPA dollars regarding their distribution and effect on the meat processing industry in Wyoming. The committee will examine the disposal of waste products from the meat processing industry and burdensome regulations, and will consider Wyoming's food labeling requirements and possible revisions.
Chairman, just keep going however you want to go, just finish her up.
All right, the next topic is priority 3, state and federal lands. The committee will study Federal Land Management Act and discuss litigation proposed by surrounding states questioning the constitutionality of FLPMA. There's a lot of work being done in our neighboring states, including and most currently the state of Utah, and they are working on challenging FLPMA and really looking at the implications of that going into litigation. And we'd like to study that and see if that's something the state of Wyoming might want to also participate in. The committee will examine the prohibition of foreign ownership of agricultural land in Wyoming, including constitutionality. There were 3 different bills this last session that were brought about the foreign ownership of agricultural land. I think specifically people are concerned about China with how much ag land they're buying up across the United States. So that has been proposed. The committee will consider issues regarding exchange and transfer of state lands, including streamlining the transfer process. And the committee will study eminent domain and its effect on private property rights regarding wind and solar projects, with emphasis on projects proposed on state lands. If you remember correctly, we all passed the bill this year that the governor vetoed regarding eminent domain on collector system lines. We're having a lot of issues with wind companies coming in and leasing state lands and then not considering the implications of private property owners or trying to run them over a little bit because of that. And so that is why that topic's been proposed. Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, priority number 4 is brucellosis. While we were working on bills during committee last session, we realized that there may be a need for increasing the corpus on animal reimbursement for the program if there were a rash of brucellosis cases within the state. So we would review that as a possibility. Also, just general brucellosis education, I think it was really good for the committee to, when you get the state vet there and you get the right people there to have a good conversation on what that program involves.
Next is priority 5, the Wyoming State Fair, and it could probably actually be combined with priority 6. It's just basically an update. It was requested by the Department of Agriculture because we did some reworking of the State Fair Board and all of those things. It was Senator Moniz that took the lead on that when I was on the Ag Committee in the House. And so we just want to do an update on that, check out the marketing endeavors and the partnership between the State Fair and the Wyoming Office of Tourism and the Converse County Tourism Promotion Board. We just want to make sure everything's functioning well and efficiently and educate the new committee members on that as well.
Then Mr. Speaker, priority number 6. Agency reports and reviews, these would be the usual things. And some of what we've discussed can be brought into this. I guess I'd go into the next part, the meeting schedule. One of the meetings Select Water and Ag would like to meet together, and that would be in Sublette County. And that would be a September meeting. And we normally have the 3 two-day meetings. One of them would be in Laramie, and that's where we would probably do some touring of vertical farming and the state vet lab and the College of Agriculture and some things like that. That would fit into priority number 6, probably pretty well with reports.
Chairmans, thank you. Chairman Steinmetz, is that all you have for the moment?
It is. I would stand for any questions you might have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. I got a couple real quick, and one would be, this is just a comment, if the brucellosis priority is retained, I would suggest you do that at the Pinedale meeting, because that's in the DSA, and I think you could get feedback from producers on the issues surrounding brucellosis to kind of go ahead with the agency being able to educate your committee. I think that would be a good place to do it. And then, this priority number 3, state and federal lands, I struggle with any of our committees. Actually, we have a Federal Natural Resource Committee that if you want to take a hard look at FLTMA, frankly, I think it should be through that. And I really don't think we can do a lot as a committee with that. And then as I look down, and this is the question I had, and you have the 4th bullet point as eminent domain. And I think, I love eminent domain as a topic, I really do. But I don't know why it would be limited to regarding wind and solar projects, and why, if we're going to look at eminent domain, let's look at eminent domain. And if it is, that probably sucks nearly the time you have for that topic in general. And just food for thought. I realized that there was a recently passed bill that then was defeated, but I think it's, if you're going to take on eminent domain, I think you ought to take on eminent domain and just take a review of it. If nothing else, it's an educational review for the committee to understand what is the eminent domain statutes, what do they do and what don't they do. I think would have value for that young of a committee anyway. And so that's just some of my comments. Representative Stipp, did you have a question?
Mr. Speaker, no, I think your comments were similar to mine on the Federal Land Policy Management Act. Thank you.
Chairman Eklund, did you have any
Yeah.
comment on particularly the eminent domain about
So I
that issue?
I think if I may, Mr. Speaker, leave that to the other chairman. She was better versed in the problems that came up in her area. They were in her Senate district, I believe, and I sure signed on to it. We've done this before. We have shut down, we've used the eminent domain before. So it's something, a study would be a good idea, and possibly may result in a bill if you let us go with it, but probably won't. Something I would like to mention, streamlining the transfer process of state lands is something that came up when we were working the bill that would have consolidated 80-acre parcels of state land into bigger parcels. And the issue state lands came up with is that an exchange process works really well for all these ranchers who would have 80 acres out in the middle of a national forest or private land or what have you. The problem with exchange process is it's not streamlined, and it's geared towards probably something bigger. I think maybe federal land exchanges as well. So if we could do a little bit of work on that, see if we can streamline that process and be allowed to do that, that could actually result in a fairly simple, well, no bill is simple, I guess, but it could be something that I think would be beneficial to landowners in Wyoming.
Thank you,
Then I'll
Chairman. I think all the issues around state lands, I think you ought to keep peddling on it. You're gonna eventually get the ground covered, I think. That's a good idea. Are there any questions of the committee? Any questions of the committee?
Mr. Speaker, I believe the
Oh, Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just was going to comment on the eminent domain. If you wanted to just end the sentence after private property rights, you wouldn't have to include wind and solar. They would be automatically included. We were just dealing with an issue and with a bill and thought it might be more successful as, a committee bill that we had taken up and vetted a little more thoroughly. So if you want to expand it, I have no problem with that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions of the committee? If not, I will go to public comment on the Ag Committee, on the Joint Ag Committee. Any public comment? I don't see anything online. No public comment. I'll close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure? Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, I move the committee recommendations.
Is there a second? It's been moved and second. Is any amendments? Representative Stiff. Representative Yen, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the priority number 3, state and federal lands, I'll just make this all as one motion to strike the first 2 bullet points about the constitutionality issues with certain laws, and for the 4th bullet point, strike everything after private property rights.
So is there a second on that?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. So the motion is to eliminate bullet points 1 and 2 and to amend bullet point 4 to end at after property rights with a period and then delete the rest of that line and the next line. Is everybody clear on the proposed amendment? Would anybody like to comment on that amendment? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't think it hurts, particularly on number 1, to understand what's going on west-wide associated with our federal lands, and this is more just an update to find out what some of the other states are doing with concerns under FLTMA. I don't see that it's going to take a significant amount of time. I think it behooves us in the state of Wyoming to be well-informed of what policies and what's going on with federal lands in the western United States and what our neighboring states that are facing and what they see as challenges and opportunities. And so I don't know what damage it would do to have the committee get an hour update on FLTMA and what's going on there.
So, Senator Hicks, thank you. My suggestion would be is if this amendment succeeds, maybe you would consider a subsequent amendment to put this to the Federal Natural Resource Committee as one of the items that they would review in their review of federal issues if this were to succeed.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, that's fine because most of the agenda that they have should have been on the Joint Ag Committee, so maybe we can just swap out.
All right. Sensing your urge to vote, all those in favor of the amendment, which is to eliminate bullet points 1 and 2 and expand 4 to include all eminent domain and its effects on private property rights. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No,
Motion carries. Senator Hicks, do you want to make a motion on that FLTMA idea or not?
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I do think it's very important that we stay abreast of all the western public land states of what's going on associated with FLTMA. And so I would make that motion that we put that over to the Federal Natural Resource Policy Committee and have them take a look at that.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comment? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We are now back on the original motion. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to strike priority 2 and to move the contents just into the reports, and which would be priority 6, move it to reports and reviews, because I think it'll all fit under there instead of being a rambling section. It's still there, it just goes under reports and reviews, so it's a little more compact.
Is there a second? Been moved. So.
Yeah,
the-
it would be to move priority number 2, ag and food processing, to basically just move it back into the reporting section, because it's basically a series of reports is what it is.
Okay, that's the motion. Yep, question having been called. All those in favor of moving priority number 2 into the agency reports, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I have one potential semi-add-in, and I haven't talked to anybody about it. It just occurred to me as sitting here, is we appropriated over $1 million for the Black Hills National Forest Plan rewrite. And I think it's at least appropriate to address that as it's going on. The governor's office is going to be working on it. And I think that fits it clearly under that area, and the state's got a significant investment into that. I think it's reasonably important the committee stays up on it. So I'd make a motion that, I don't know if it needs to be a priority, but it at least needs to be in the part that's addressed on it, because that's going to be, we're going to have staff involved with that during the interim.
So, President Driscoll, my apologies, I was talking to Representative Stith. So if you have an addition, would, maybe consider priority 5 and just move state fair down into agency reports, and then whatever you wanted, put it in there, and could you repeat all of that?
Yeah, it would be just do an update with the governor's office on what's happened on the Black Hills National Forest. That's a huge issue right now up in our area in the state. We did put $1 million a year ago into the budget on that. So the state's going to be having staff and money spent. And that review is going to be major, because we have other forests coming up for forest plan revisions across the state. And this is going to kind of be the model for it. So I think it's important the committee's up to speed on what's happening.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may just add on to that, I would broaden that, update on the Black Hills National Forest Management Plan, but President Driscoll's correct. The BT in your neck of the woods, Mr. Chairman, has advertised that they're going to start doing public scoping. They've been over 30 years on redoing their forest plan. Those are big federal undertakings and then also the MedBO is going to start their, they're statutorily, they're required every 20 years to update their forest plans. They usually take anywhere from 3 to forever, in the case of the BT, to get these done. And it is really a big thing across all ag users and all recreation and timber and forest. And so I think it would be just an idea that the committee gets up to speed on what forest management plans and the implications to the state are on that.
I still have the 2 boxes of the original BT plan, the last one that was done, 2 10-pound boxes. Can you imagine what it's going to be now? That was 30 years ago
Yeah, I know.
when I commented on that. And and just to pile onto this, because it's a personal frustration of mine, is the inability to do these forest plans means that they're going on outdated information, and you can't almost function. They have to do an EIS on everything because they can't tailor down from a document that is up to speed and up to date. It's a real frustration. So would the motion be not to put in anybody's mouth, but to move priority 5 Wyoming State Fair into agency reports, and to make a new priority 5 that is an update on the Black Hills National Forest Management Plan and the BT Management Plan.
Well, I think National Forest Management Plans, because we got MedBO coming up.
Well, MedBo's advertising, just like the.
So I think we just need to look across and take a hard look, because it affects virtually every ag operation in the state of Wyoming, almost all hunters, all recreationalists. This is probably, the truth is, I'll be making a motion to probably move it to priority number 2, because it really is, probably has more significance on ag than almost anything else the committee's going to do. I'm kind of embarrassed I didn't think about it when we were going through the first part of it. I was sitting here and it hit me between the eyes.
If the mover is good, do you want to move that to number 2 right now, all in that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I will, if you'll allow that.
I think, Senator Hicks, you good with that? I think you guys were the two. So really what we're doing now is moving priority 5 Wyoming State Fair into agency reports in this motion. And we're going to put an update on National Forest Management Plans as the number 2 priority, which would replace the existing one that was moved. So, Director, you guys got all of that down pretty well, what we're doing?
We'll review the tape, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, does
You know,
anybody have any questions?
And maybe just before you vote, I will say this on the forest plans. That is squarely within the statutory duties of the Select Federal Natural Resource Management Committee.
Yeah.
I mean, no, council do what you like, but that is something that those forest plans have come to that committee in the past.
I agree. The one thing that I would say is they already had several things and they don't have many days. And I think we've lightened the load enough in ag that probably they have the time. And so I don't disagree, but I think just based upon time, unless we want to add days, it might be
I'll
worthwhile.
go either way. It was great. You're correct, though.
Representative Yin, you got a comment, question?
No, Mr. Speaker, the only comment I had was whether this belonged in Select Federal Natural Resource Management or not.
I agree it does as well, but I think it's good here because I think they're going to have some time now. And they've got the days.
So, Mr. Chairman and Director Obrecht, I don't think the Select Natural Resource Committee has the ability to sponsor legislation. Do they or do they not?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, they do have the ability to sponsor
They do have the
legislation.
ability, okay.
So the mover and the second, are you still good with where you're at? All right, so the motion is, and it's a kind of a global motion here, is we're going to move Wyoming State Fair down into agency reports and reviews. And we are going to take the update on National Forest Management Plans, and we're going to move to that to the number 2 priority. Okay, which was previously agriculture and food processing. Agriculture, and so that's that motion we're dealing with. Is everybody clear? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. So now if we go back in time and we take a look at where we're at, this is how I have my notes. We have priority 1 as water issues. We have priority 2 as an update on the National Forest Management Plan. We have priority 3 basically being state lands and eminent domain after the deletions and I guess expansion. We have priority 4 being brucellosis, and we have priority, which would be priority 5 now, agency reports. That's what I have in my notes. So are there any other motions to be made on joint ag? Senator Hicks.
Meeting with Select Water and CSG West, and I think there's a tremendous opportunity to do that. And it's just building that expertise again and a lot of education. So I would make a move, or I would move, Mr. Chairman, that we authorize an additional 1 day for the Joint Agricultural Committee to meet, specifically to overlap with their Pinedale meeting with Select Water and CSG West.
So for the rest of the committee, and I think Senator Hicks, maybe talk a little bit in detail here. I don't know that everybody is aware of that, and particularly the public listening, about what all is going to take place at that meeting in Pinedale. So if you'd give an outline of that. First of all, is there a second on his? Second on his motion. So if you could give a little background, please.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we're all aware that the implications of the ongoing mega drought in the Colorado River Basin. And so as part of that, as Wyoming is a participant in the Colorado River Compact, one of 7 basin states, CSG West 2 years ago formed a CSG West legislative committee to deal with Colorado River issues. And in Wyoming, we will be hosting that meeting this year in Pinedale to look at Colorado River, AKA Green River Basin issues associated with the upper Colorado River. And they will be there on the 13th, 14th, and 15th of September on the tail end of the Joint Ag Committee. We have potentially, I think, already scheduled a one-day overlap with Select Water Committee to take up these Colorado River issues in conjunction with CSG West. But because the Agricultural Committee is the standing committee for all water bills that come through the legislature, we felt it was probably in the best interest to have the Joint Ag Committee, the Select Water Committee, at least have one day overlap with the CSG West, Colorado River Committee, and that would require an additional one-day meeting for that committee to be able to stay there in Pinedale and then meet with CSG West and the Select Water Committee.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Representative Zwanitzer.
Mr. Chairman, on the request, they've already asked for 8 days to already include 2 more days. And so I guess I'm confused if we're asking for a 9th day or we're trying to drop it to a 7th day. I just need some clarification. I think the motion is for an extra day, but they already asked for 8 to add those 2 days for Select Water.
I would agree, Senator Hicks, 8 days seems like quite a bit. Is that enough? or
No,
not?
and that's, I was just making sure, because that's a request that would have to come in the form of a motion. So I guess, now that I look at it, they did request for 2 days for that purpose.
So we're good?
Yep. And Mr. Chairman, Heather built that into those extra days in Pinedale for in their standard, or in this budget for this interim.
So
for ag.
it's included in the budget.
Yep.
Do we have to act on that though, Matt, as the manager?
No, I think when you approve their interim committee topics with that extra day already in there, you're approving the budget with
All right.
it, as Heather's developed it.
Senator Hicks, would you like to withdraw that motion?
It's been withdrawn, Mr.
Is the second good with that? All right,
Must have missed that motion.
that motion has been withdrawn. Are there any other, anything else on the amended version of the priorities for joint ag? Sensing your urge to vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, we're now at Select Water. And we have the chairmans again. So Chairman Eklund and I guess it's Chairman Steinmetz and Vice Chair Eklund. So Chairman Steinmetz,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you able to hear me all right?
we can hear you good.
All right, thank you. Well, I will take us through the interim topics for the Select Water Committee. As you can see, we've anticipated those extra days with the Ag Committee as well. So we've asked for 2 extra days due to that meeting in Pinedale. As you know, a lot of our scheduled meetings coincide with water development and the commission. And so this would have to be an extra meeting for us as well. Priority number 1 would be the Colorado River Basin and consideration of additional beneficial uses of water. We would like to consider and receive information about issues relating to water within Wyoming's portion of the Colorado River Basin. We would also like to consider specifying additional beneficial uses of water as considered in Senate File 170 this year. We felt like that was a combination of issues there specifically related to that area in this interim. And we do have a lot of information to gather and gain regarding this issue, and it is moving rather quickly. I'm thankful that we were able to get the advisory committee set up in your bill this year, Mr. Chairman, so that we can also gain information from that group of people. Priority 2 is transfer of, and this is a typo, it should be Federal Bureau of Reclamation Facilities, not board. We would like to receive information and discuss potential legislation relating to the transfer of BOR facilities and infrastructure to the state of Wyoming or other water user groups. And we would require additional funding for that because we would need to bring experts in on the topic. There are several groups, including the Wyoming Farm or the Family Farm Alliance, that works on these issues and has experts teed up. Several states have pursued this. So we'd like to see if that might be a fit for Wyoming or some of our water users. Priority number 3 is the one fill rule and river administration. We would like to evaluate disparities on how the one fill rule is implemented within the different water divisions and how the Board of Control administers water allocation under the Free River Administration and River Basin Compact restriction and curtailments. This is an important issue to many people across the state, and we think it's worthy of our time. Priority 4 would be the impact of federal forest management on water yield. We would like to review the impact of forest management practices and what they do to our water yield, our water supplies, and how they affect our water uses in Wyoming. Priority 5 would be the groundwater control area and groundwater interference statutes. We had a gentleman come forward and request this topic, a member of the public, and he would like us to review control areas and groundwater interference statutes to improve regulation of groundwater and groundwater control areas to protect existing agricultural producers and rural residents and improve the process. And I would say, we've had some input since we got this topic. And so I think we maybe need to put a period after rural residents in that sentence and not delve into the county commissioners and the way they approve subdivisions and development. So that was a good comment by someone who contacted me this week. And so you might want to consider that when looking at that topic. Then priority 6 is statutory responsibilities and agency concerns. These are what our staff brought to us and told us our statutory requirements are. So we're required to monitor the water development program, review project contracts, prepare annual legislation, and review water-related statutory revisions. And we're also required to review and make recommendations regarding project funding under the Safe Drinking Water Revolving Fund program, and consider water-related concerns brought forward by state agencies within the scope of our statutory duties. So that is the list, and I would stand for any questions or defer to my co-chairman or my vice chairman and see if he has any comments.
Vice Chair Eklund, do you have any follow-up?
Mr. Speaker, I guess one clarification I'd like to have, since we did get pretty good clarification on the Ag Committee staying over for Select Water. We also have some Select Water members that are not on the Ag Committee. Just wanted to be sure that they would have the same allowance to stay extra time for both meetings. So that discussion should probably happen here.
Thank you, Director Obrecht. That's baked into the beans if we pass this. Is that fair enough? Okay.
It is.
All right. Any questions of the committee? Oh, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, question for Chairman Eklund or Chairman Steinmetz concerning priority number 2, title transfer of the Federal Bureau of Reclamation facilities. So I guess I just want to understand what this means and what the expert would be doing. If I understand it right, is the idea that the state of Wyoming might ask the federal government to deed or otherwise transfer Fontenelle Reservoir, for example, to the state of Wyoming? And I guess my question is, how likely is that to ever happen? I mean, has the U.S. Bureau of Rec ever
I can answer
done that? I mean, is
'Cause
that?
I kind of brought this a few years back, and so the process is there. It's happened in other states. North Dakota, all of their BREC facilities statewide pretty much is still under control of UREC. They control the face of the reservoir and the outlet works, but they deed the real estate around them. So I'll use the example, and that was what we tried a couple of years ago. Keyhole Reservoir has, I believe, around 20,000 acres around it of BUREC ground. They own the entire high water area all the way around. BUREC is willing, because of the cost to administer that ground, if they can get a sponsor, and at that time we had ENZI looking at it, they deed that ground back to the state. And so the state, and these are economic drivers for the state, because they really tie into your tourism and your boating. Right now, it's very difficult when you look at the marinas at all our major lakes. They all have to go through layers of federal bureaucracy in order to permit the marinas and the boat launches, everything. Game and Fish can tell you about it. This just researches and says, look, if we can get them to transfer those over to the state, and there is responsibility of the state, it's just like state lands, then they can do, in certain areas, they've removed grazing. That was how I got involved as a keyhole. They were trying to pull the cattle off against the reservoir. BUREC basically said to us, look, we're willing to let the state have it. We want to make sure it stays in public ownership. We want the weeds controlled, and we want it managed. So I think it's potentially a big win for the state. It's worth the reach out.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd just add on to that. 2 years ago, one of the larger irrigation districts in central Utah, just out of Price, did a title transfer, which transferred all the storage facilities, all the canals, conduits, and everything, and now they belong to that irrigation district. There's been a number of these done over the years. And Nebraska has probably had more title transfers. There's certain, there's criteria associated with them. If there's no energy generation, basically they'll go back and they'll look and see whether the money that they've derived off the original cost of construction for the BOR has been paid back. And under that scenario, BOR can just enter into a process. It's like all federal things. It's a very extensive process. Every one of these that I'm aware of, you have to bring in basically private consultants to help navigate the Bureau of Reclamation process. And I think at this, whether it's the land around the existing BOR facilities, I know there's interest by some irrigation districts in the state that would potentially like to assume. And so we look at the cost of, say, the Goshen Tunnel. Had that been under private ownership by the irrigation district, it's not 2 years of protracted NEPA analysis to determine whether you can fix a facility or not. And that's why I think you see a lot of different districts and interest in this is for them to assume the O&M and the operation and ownership of those facilities. It's much more expedient. So it will take some money to be able to bring in those expert consultants that have done these for these irrigation districts. Certainly Fontenelle could be under consideration there as a potential facility. It does have a small FERC-regulated power generation unit on there that adds some complications, but it's my understanding from the Elephant Butte Irrigation District that it's got the largest dam on the Rio Grande, which was a title transfer, that even under those type of situations, that may require federal authorization versus just normal BLM or a BOR process. But I think it's something that across the state, it's worth looking at. And number one, finding out how many districts would be interested in pursuing a title transfer. But I hope that provides information. But it has occurred just recently with a large district in central Utah.
Are there any other questions of the committee? Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On that same topic, the experts, I think, could you repeat the name of the organization, Madam Chairman, of where you thought the experts would come from? Because it sounded somewhat like a political organization. I just want to make sure who we're hiring if we're going to approve an extra $15,000, $20,000.
Chairman Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was just one person that has provided experts. I'm sure that we will find a neutral person, but it's the Family Farm Alliance. Pat O'Toole over in Senator Hicks's area is a part of that. And when the reason I'm aware of them is when GID was going through their problems, we started looking at a possible transfer because we are one of those facilities in Goshen County, or they are, not we, that has paid off their loans. And the only thing the Bureau of Reclamation is providing for them now is basically regulatory structure and a lot of cost with everything that they do. And so that is just one particular organization that we're aware of, but obviously we would want a neutral expert that would come and talk with us. And that is just one of the organizations I'm aware of.
So, Mr.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Yin has a follow-up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I guess it's a little concerning to just approve it, the letter, and then have that approval get spent on a political organization. I don't know, maybe the council can put some discussion on this, but maybe we just strike that part. And if there is a consultant that the committee has in mind, or the committee chairs have in mind, they can come back to management council and make a specific request for a specific consultant or organization.
Senator Hicks.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that's kind of a formal arrangement that we would recommend. And I think what they would do is just put together the Ag Committee an RFP for requests for proposals for a consultant to actually provide these services and put that out. And then once we get requests back on that RFP, that would come back to Management Council for final approval. Is that a process that would address your concern, Representative Yan?
All right, I think, Matt, do we need to put that down? We typically, council has to approve any consultant that a committee brings. Is that correct anyway?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of any instance where we've just blanket gave money to a committee and let them hire their own consultant.
All right, any other questions of the committee?
Mr. Chairman, if I might make one more comment. The biggest thing is just so that we can get the budget approved. So however you want us to select a consultant, we're more than open to doing that. So just to add that comment, thank you.
Chairman Steinmetz, I think the budget would be fine because it'll be an additional budget item that'll be brought before Management Council. So I'm not sure we have to put down a dollar figure. All we have to do is say that I'm not sure you need anything. You just need to make a request to Management Council, and you could even get rid of the whole last line, in my opinion. But any other questions of the committee? If not, I'm going to go to public comment. Is there any public comment on Select Water? Mr. Ryman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. I am here in relationship to priority number 5. I do support what the good chairwoman mentioned in terms of inserting that period after rural residents and deleting the balance of that line. This is an important topic, groundwater control areas and interference statutes. It's complicated, of course, when you start to bring in land use zoning and county commissioners. Frankly, this is a topic as written that really only deals with maybe 1 to 3 counties at most. So as I said, we'll stand to support the deletion of the balance of that line.
Are there any questions of Mr. Riemann? No, thank you for your comments. Are there any other public comments on Select Water? Any online? Thank you. With that, I'll close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure? Representative Stith, you're on a roll.
Mr. Speaker, I would move to approve the recommendations of the committee.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Are there any amendments? Representative Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the deletion of priority 4, impact of federal forest management and water yield. I think there are effects. I just don't know what the ultimate reason we study it. We say there are issues. Maybe we write them a nasty letter, but I don't think there's a need to have the committee study what those are or try to hire consultants. And maybe if others do, it could go to the Federal Natural Resource Committee. But for this point, I just moved to delete priority 4.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Is there comment?
So, Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
I think this is actually something that would be moved into priority number one. And then it overlaps with the forest management stuff that we give ag. And so I think this is a very appropriate subject to bring up in that joint committee meeting. This has been identified as one of the possibilities to help alleviating some of the water issues in the Colorado River Basin. It has broad implications to the state of Wyoming, but it is specific to forest management. I can share with the committee if they want. This is an extensive literature review that the state of Wyoming had paid for a couple of years ago to look at that. There was litigation already on this issue that went to the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals in 2002. And the court ruled on this issue of water yield specifically to the Medicine Bow National Forest Plan and established a court order that this issue of water yield and forest management would be addressed in that plan. And it specifically resolved around the endangered species listing on the North Platte. And I'm not going to go through this, but at that point in time, they determined that due to forest succession and forest planning processes, that it there had been over 180,000 acre feet of lost water in the Platte River Basin, which partially triggered the endangered species consultant and then the litigation between the state of Wyoming, Colorado, and Nebraska. But because of that, I think it has such broad implications in the Colorado River Basin, and it deals specifically with those forests that we've already talked about. I think we could probably just roll that in. Again, it's more of an educational component to get people up to speed of the implications, and particularly where we're going into 20-year forest management plans on the BT and the Medbow, which are the headwaters to the Colorado River in Wyoming. I think it's an appropriate topic to leave in there, maybe just roll it in as part of the Colorado River topics.
Senator Hicks, thank you. Just, if this motion passes, my suggestion would be to move that into that ag topic. So if this is deleted, my suggestion would be that you consider a motion to move it in under the ag, in the ag committee, under the ag, because it's kind of falls pretty well with that whole scenario. So, we'll see whether it rises or falls, but.
Yeah, it's specific to water, but I think the appropriate place would be to do it as part of that topic with the joint ag and select water in Pinedale. So it's at that point in time, it becomes wherever you want to put it. It's an overlapping component of that, so.
Okay, any other discussion on the elimination of priority 4? With that, all those in favor of the elimination of priority 4 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries. Senator Hicks, would you like to make a follow-up motion on where to put that topic?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would just move that up as part of the joint committee meeting under Colorado River issues and forest management to be taken up at the Pinedale meeting and that joint meeting between those two committees.
And not in the ag committee?
Yeah, I would leave it in select water. It is a water yield issue, but it is going to have a significant overlap.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Motion's been seconded. Any further comment? All those in favor of the motion to move to move impact of federal forest management on water yield into priority number 1, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. So impact of federal forest management on water yield is moved into priority number 1. Are there any further motions? Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will move to strike the last sentence in priority number 2.
Is there a second? So what that is the additional funding, because that'll be taken care of after an RFP anyway. Is there a second?
Sure, second.
All right, so there's a second. So the motion is to eliminate additional funding of 15 to 20,000 will be needed to retain experts on the subject matter. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, it's just to make it unambiguous that they need to come back to us to request funding for a specific consultant, rather than maybe there could be some ambiguity if it's left in the letter.
Is there any more discussion? All those in favor of the elimination of the last sentence in priority number 2, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Any other motions?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
I would move to eliminate priority number 5 completely from the list of study topics.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I do think this is a very important issue in the groundwater control areas, but it is a very localized issue, and I just don't know that at this point in time, because it's more of a local issue than a regional or a statewide issue, that I think it would take a little bit of committee time to really address this, and then I think that addresses maybe some of the county commissioners' concerns. But because it's so localized, I don't think it's appropriate for the committee to spend a tremendous amount of time on this issue.
All right. And Senator Hicks, I agree. I think it's going to be, and this is a bit off the topic, but it is on the groundwater issue. Ultimately, as you and I have been involved in the Colorado River issues, and what the basins have never figured out is what is the direct impact of surface flow on groundwater, and when what hits the fan on the Colorado River. I hope in the end that Wyoming has some better analysis of groundwater, the relationship surface water and groundwater. I think we ought to start putting some money and some time behind that effort, but that really isn't specific to this priority. So any other discussion on the elimination of priority 5? Not. All those in favor of the elimination of priority 5, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Any other motions on select water? So the way I have it right now, we have priority 1, priority 2, without the last sentence, priority 3, and then priority 4 will become statutory responsibilities and agency concerns. Are there any other motions? With that, all those in favor of the amended motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Chairman, thank you. Vice Chair, thank you. And so with that, we are done with select water. And we are now at Cap Fin. We have chairmans and chairmen. Your Vice Chair. Yeah, please go up there, Vice Chair. Let's get you both up there. Chairman Obermueller. It does.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, rest of the council. Here on behalf of Capital Finance Committee. Priority 1 is statutory obligations. The big theme in this priority is investment and financial literacy. First of all, for the 12 members on the committee, developing a culture of learning as a priority in order to effectively monitor. And why is that? This is a statutorily driven committee. Statute 2811-201 mandates that this committee monitor investment policies of SLIB, monitor financial policies of the State Building Commission, monitor specific purpose investments directed by the legislature, and understand the workings of the Treasurer's Office under this statute, which states that the committee will develop knowledge and expertise among its members regarding issues related to investment of public funds and capital financing. Then there is the legislature at large, which the statute covers with language that requires consideration of recommendations and/or legislation to improve statutes related to the investment of state and local government funds. In this regard, we will be evaluating a comprehensive simplification model to expand financial literacy to the whole legislature. The other issue embedded in this language in the statute is the issue of local governments and their ability to invest funds in instruments with better returns. Another piece of knowledge is the statewide audited financial statement recently published by the state auditor for the year ended June 30, 2022. Particularly the revenue and expense statement, called the Statement of Activities, that the auditor publishes as a unique one-page document. If you go out to the auditor's website and go to publications, you can find the Statement of Activities. It's a single page, but basically what it is the income and expense statement. We will gain an understanding of what that report says and what it means, hopefully. And lastly, under priority 1, we will receive statutory updates and reports. Our second priority relates to ESG practices. We will educate ourselves about what options we have as a legislature and the implications of the legislative action on investment policies and fiduciary responsibilities of the SLIB and Treasurer's Office. The third topic, if time allows, is performance compensation for investment staff. This topic is also covered under the JAC topics, so how that will fit together is yet to be determined. We have plenty to do if you choose to not have us look at that one. So at this time, Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Capital Finance Co-Chair, Vice Chair, Senator Nethercott for any additional comments.
Vice Chair Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A round of applause for new Chairman Obermueller and his excellent job of presenting interim topics.
All right, good job. Okay, so committee, as we look at these, obviously there's some overlap with appropriations and I've offered this idea out there because, and I'm just going to bring it up for kind of some comment. So I've offered the idea that maybe CapFin and appropriations actually has a joint one-day meeting where they actually talk about performance compensation and the state treasurer's office. And through that discussion as a joint committee, they make decisions of the directions they want to go. So that's kind of my thought, is to kind of a compromise with that, with all of the overlap. Just your thoughts, concerns, and other about that, Chairman and Vice Chair.
Within the statute, it actually provides for that possibility of joint meetings with SLIB, joint meetings with other committees, so that sounds like a good idea.
Does the committee have any questions does our committee, Management Council, have any questions of the chairman?
Specific to performance
No,
compensation?
specific to anything on their agenda item.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering is there was a topic that was submitted to look at investment strategies for our other non-constitutional funds with the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund, the newly created Outdoor Recreation Trust Fund, and the Cultural Resource Trust Fund, to look at investment strategies similar to what we did with House Bill 89 in the budget. And I'm just curious as to why wasn't that included as part of the interim study topics by the committee? Because it's approximately, by the time we fully fund the Outdoor Recreation Trust Fund, it's about $250 million that we may be looking at. And I'm just curious as to why that was eliminated from the list.
Chairman, please.
No other reason than consideration of the amount that's on our plate with the items that we picked. I mean, if the committee chooses to add that on, I have no objection to it. It was simply trying to create some boundaries on how much we tried to cover in this interim.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think when we get to some of the other ones on there, I think maybe we can find a way to free up some time to do that. And so when we get to item 2, I don't know if you want to talk about that right now on the ESG stuff, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks, I think we're asking the committee questions now, the chairs, and then we'll get some public comment, and then we'll take up take up the topics. Is there
Okay. Thank
any other, is there any other questions of the good chairs and vice chair? Not, then we'll go to public comment. Would anybody like to comment on this agenda item? Anybody like to comment? Treasurer Meyer. We're in the dog days of this meeting
Chairman.
here where we're hanging on.
You're hanging
Treasurer.
on. I'll try to make it short. You know, Chairman Obermuller, I think, cited the statutes as far as the duties of this committee. And I think that the duties of this committee basically is to oversee the treasurer's office and try to make recommendations. Necessarily, that's not the duties of the Appropriations Committee, which has a great deal on their plate. That's just basically the treasurer's office. And, you know, I'd respectfully say that you know, we're kind of getting things mixed up as far as where the interim topics should go. We've always had interim topics on the treasurer's office and cap finance. And people from the cap finance committee were the folks that were on the IFC committee, appointed to the IFC. And looking at the stuff, there is some overlap there. And eventually, what is handed off, you know, from the cap finance committee, a lot of them have budgetary requirements where there needs to be an understanding, you know, of the appropriations committee. So, you know, in regard, I think, to the having the appropriations committee on the same page and performance comp on staff positions, I think that's a reasonable thing that can happen. But on some of these other things that's going on, I would respectfully say that, you know, if it has to be done, you know, for the treasurer's office, and it can't wait for any reason, then this is the committee that really should be handling it.
Treasurer Meyer, thank you for your testimony. Would anybody like to ask the treasurer any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I
Yeah,
can, and this will
please.
get to priority number
Senator
2.
Hicks.
Number 3?
No, number 2, so.
Oh, number 2, okay.
Mr. Chairman and Treasurer Myers, if you could just give us a rundown of the discussions that occurred with the IFC the last
Certainly.
couple of days specific to this issue and where the Treasurer's office is already headed with, they're a little bit ahead of even Management Council. So if you could give us an update of what the IFC and the Treasurer's office is addressing and how you're looking at this priority number 2.
Well,
Treasurer Meyer.
Thank you, Senator. What we did yesterday is it was on our schedule with our investment funds committee, and we wanted to get their input on it, and we got their input on it. We proposed a way that we could handle it. Right now, we have basically our policy on our website, but it's not in our investment statement. And that's essentially that policy and the investment statement, all our managers have to comply with. They don't have to comply with what's on our website. And so we suggested that we look at what Florida has done. And what Florida basically says is that that all of the managers have to manage their funds in a pecuniary manner, and that anything that is non-pecuniary basically, if you look at the definition of pecuniary, it's money, and it's anything handled with money or investment or returns or anything else. So if they don't handle our funds in that regard, and they do it in the regard of putting other non-pecuniary things above the interests of our pecuniary interests, then essentially they would, after the SLIB votes on it, puts it into the investment policy statement, then they're essentially violating their contract. And so that's where we're working into to where we'll have a contractual violation, you know, and the IFC signed off on that unanimously, I believe. And and it was a good discussion. The good senator and representative that are on that committee entered into the discussion as well. And so that's where we're going. We should have, I would say, a good draft and some good discussion in our next SLIB meeting. We're going to try to put that on the SLIB agenda. And I don't have any concerns about number 2, because what we do is report everything, that we're doing, and seeing whether or not that I think it will somewhat meet most of the concerns that I saw in the legislative process last year, without some of the negative aspects that we saw in some of the bills.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I
Senator
may,
Hicks.
could you also talk about the issue of proxy voting associated with Wyoming's investments?
Right,
Because that was
right.
part of the position stuff that you're also working on, that was in
Yes,
some
it
of
is.
those bills.
Treasurer Meyer.
Yeah, we didn't get necessarily any funding or things or a clear signal on proxy voting, but I wanted to move forward anyway to see what we could, without a huge cost to us. And interestingly enough, all of the pushback on ESG has caused a lot of the large funds, like State Street, Vanguard, I think to a certain extent, BlackRock, most definitely, and a lot of the other large funds that are out there, to allow a class of proxy voting, and in some circumstances allow us to even direct the proxy voting. Now, we're not going to get into the business of directing a lot of proxy votes in certain circumstances, as we don't have the bandwidth to go ahead and make the deep dive and analysis on things like board members and different things like that. But we can pretty much tell whether or not you have some areas where you have some decisions by the boards that take away from their ability to I guess, decisions that have directly affected income and possible profits. So those things are fairly evident in a lot of things that they do. And so we'll be able to, directly vote our votes in some circumstances, but to vote more or less in a class that I know BlackRock and most of them all have, we're going to vote our shares as if by the management standards, rather than by some ESG or non-pecuniary standard. So that's, I think, probably the first blush is where we would look at and make that clear and identify our preference in that area. BlackRock has a lot of different areas where you could vote Christian values. You could vote, I think, probably gun values. You could vote other different things that they're, and there's some other things that we do anyway. It's like at times geographically we'll pull back from an area. We've pulled back from Russia, the Ukraine area. We're considering whether we should be pulling back from China in the different areas. So there's a lot of different things that we have in flexibility to work in the proxy voting area. If we were to get a little more involved, it would cost us somewhere between $50,000 to $100,000 to actually use one of the major companies that would take all of our shares and all of our stock and vote it in a different ways. Just for example, I think it's it was 260-some thousand shares of AT&T and about 128,000 shares of JP Morgan. Those are two companies that have kind of jumped up in the recent past about things that they've got actions that carry a lot of headline risk and some potential and some profitability concerns with their companies and some of their decisions.
Treasurer Meyer, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions of the treasurer? Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, and this may be somewhat off topic, but Mr. Treasurer, since you're here, I'll ask you the question. And the question is maybe not for this interim, but at some point, would it make sense to study how to squeeze more investment earnings out of the state agency pool? Because the state agency pool is like the state agency's checkbook. They've got to be able to write checks every month, every day on that, draw it out to make payroll, all the normal things of business. but the absolute amount in the account is truly a stunningly high number. It's $5 billion in the state agency pool. Common School Permanent Land Fund has about the same amount of money. And of course, because you can invest that long-term, it's making, 4 percentage points more over a 10-year period than the state agency pool. Long wind up to this question.
Yeah.
Is there any way that you could, would it ever make sense to study, say, let's imagine that the lowest the balance ever gets in that account is $2.5 billion or $3 billion over a very long period of time?
Hey, no, he asked a question of the treasurer, so I'm going to let the treasurer answer the question.
Okay, well, the question is that we approached that in the last IFC meeting. And that was the question we asked. We wanted to look at different ways where we could increase that. And there's several different thoughts about how we can do it in the short term. One in the short term is to add some very high quality corporates, roughly about 20%, not rely quite as much on what we've done in the past, which was the ladder strategy, because we had 5 different short duration funds. And one was our ladder strategy, and there's a couple other funds there, and one added, or 2 of them, I think, added slightly different levels of corporate bonds or other different types of high yield bonds was one. And it went through it. It told you what the duration was. It told you what the standard deviation risk was, and told us what the return would have been looking backwards. And so we've done that, and I think that we're going to probably go in front of the SLIB and say that, yeah, we want to look at changing this a little bit, and just adding a little more on there. I don't recall the exact increase in revenue there, but I think that it was probably about a point and a half on average. So, that's substantial. Another thing that I brought up at the end of the meeting and talked to Patrick about how we could fund this particular idea. And that is, I'm not sure if you guys are, and I don't want to really bore you with a lot of details, but I'll be quick. New Zealand has a fund where money never goes out of it. All the money stays into it. They don't have a problem with how long an investment takes to pay off. Where I think that would work for Wyoming is that we know that in a set number of years, with all the pressure that we have with ESG against us, we're going to, have a problem with our oil and gas and natural resource industries. And it's coming sooner than sooner than later. And I know that that Permanent Minerals Trust Fund is not going to be able to keep up with that as far as growing that corpus and meeting that extra 50% of revenue that has to go in there. So if you look at the rule of 72, and we're getting 12% return on our fixed income and our private equity and private credit, you're doubling your money every 6 years. And so we're going to do the math. We're going to look at it, make some assumptions, and Patrick's is on that, Craig, so I'm sure that we can get some good data coming in from that mindset, and to say, well, when do we expect oil to tip down, and how much money would we need in another fund, permanent fund, that when that starts occurring and when that comes off, that when, how long would it be, and what rate of return, and how much we have to put in down here. There's a couple of ways we could fund it. One would be to, get some of the third tier of the LISRA, and the other one, we've got a lot of unrealized capital gains. Maybe strip those unrealized capital gains off. I think I can get about $2 billion out of that to start the seed fund. So that's an idea that we're going to really flesh out and get the numbers on it, because this is kind of back of the envelope stuff. But we have to really start saying, how do we have our investments carry more and more of the load? And that's one way to do it. And that's a different structure that I think that could take a different management system that we have in the Treasurer's office because it's going to be long-term funding, and you don't have to worry about what happens in politics necessarily to strip money out to fund things. All it does is grow. And New Zealand uses it because they knew they had a demographic thing where they needed to have lots of money 40 years from now when people retire. And that's why they used it.
Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, the question I was going to ask of Representative Stiff, you said the state agency pool. It's Pool A that has the $5 billion in it. So was your question the state agency pool, or was it Pool A?
Well, there's three there that we're looking at to make it short. Yeah, we're looking at Pool A, we're looking at state agency pool, and we're looking at LISRA, looking at different ways where we can squeeze more out of that.
Representative Stiff.
Yeah, no, Mr. Speaker. So yeah, no, state agency pool, according to the most recent report, has $5,124,959 and $325 in it. So it's, state agency pool's got $5 billion in it.
So what was the question specific to just, that's what I'm trying to get, was it specific to just the state agency pool, or was it Pool A plus the state agency pool?
Representative Stiff.
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously we want to get the most out of everything. It's just the state agency pool. Because it's a checking account, essentially, it's getting the worst return over 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions of the state treasurer? Treasurer Bonner? Not, thank you, Treasurer. Appreciate your time. Would anybody else like to comment? Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a couple quick things. And I'll start where we just left off. So what I have two suggestions. One is that we could have the CapFin address the state agency pool, and also those permanent fund accounts, and not do the ESG. And I say that because, number one, appropriations has already taken 3 hours of testimony on ESG. We've already drafted a bill on the ESG that basically does what the treasurer just spoke about. We can modify it consistent with the language from Florida. And so we could probably get that done in an hour over the interim, because we've already walked down that bridge. On the other hand, modifying and changing the investment strategies on those, I think on those reserve accounts or the cultural trust fund, those type of accounts, is something that's going to take time and effort to do, and the CapFin is the right place to do that. And that would include the state agency pool, because the proposal that Patrick brought the proposal to IFC to get their approval of it. They received their approval of it, and so the plan is to move that down the road. And that really belongs probably with CapFin. And so if that goes on their agenda, as well as instead of the ESG, I just think it's probably better time served. So that's my suggestion on those two components.
Any questions of Chairman Nicholas from the committee? Not, thank you, Chairman Nicholas. Any other questions? Any other public comment? I'm sorry, any other public comment on CapFin? Anybody online? All right, I'm going to close public comment. Committee, what's your pleasure? Representative Stiff, we went with you all day.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the Select Committee on Capital Financing and Investments recommendations.
Is there a second? It's been moved and second. Senator Nethercott, you want to get back over on this side now? All right. So are there any amendments? Any amendments?
Well,
Representative Nicholas. I mean, Stiff, not Nicholas. I know it's getting late. I'm starting to wear out.
Mr. Speaker, in part because of Chairman Nicholas's recommendation, I would and I guess I want to ask the input of the chairman and vice chair, how they feel about having additional topic. But I think it might be worth Capital Finance Committee looking at whether there's a way to, squeeze extra investment earnings out of the state agency pool or Pool A, or perhaps even the others, the Cultural Trust Fund, if possible. Looking at a way to do that in some responsible, sustainable way so that we can generate additional investment earnings, and I'd make that a motion to add that. to their-
Representative Stith, would you get a little specific? Maybe you don't want to or need to, but maybe you and Senator Hicks can get kind of specific on what you want them to study and not study.
Mr. Speaker, I would move that as an additional interim topic, that the Capital Finance Committee investigate whether it's responsible, whether it's possible to safely and soundly invest some portion of the state agency pool in longer-term investments so as to increase the overall return of that fund.
Representative Stith, are we going to do one at a time, or are we going to add to that? And maybe the question is, I'll just put it to Senator Hicks. Senator Hicks, do you have anything you might want to add to that motion before we get a second on it?
To do them as separate motions because they will deal with a little bit different substantive structure and matter. So I think the investment strategies for Pool A and state agency pools is probably appropriate.
Pool
Small
A,
subject.
Pool A, we would add to that as well then? Is that fair?
That's
Representative Stith?
yes, that would be a friendly addition.
Okay, is there a second on that to study state agency pool and Pool A to get a reasonable return out of that, reasonable safe return? Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Hicks. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adding that to the priorities, we'll just call it priority 4. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Are there any additional motions?
Mr. Chairman,
Please, Senator Hicks.
I would move that we direct the committee to look at improving methodologies for higher rate of returns for the Cultural Resource Trust Fund, the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund, and also the Wyoming Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Fund, and try to establish a better investment policy and structure for those trust funds.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Let's go back through those. Cultural Trust Fund.
The Wyoming Wildlife
Bye.
Natural Resource, Cultural Resource Trust Fund, and then also the Wyoming Outdoor Recreation and Tourism Trust Fund.
All right, so what I have is a motion and a second to improve the methodology on the investment of the Cultural, Wildlife, and Outdoor Recreation Trust Funds. Is there any comment on that? Any discussion? Sensing your urge to vote, all those in favor of that additional topic, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
I would move to eliminate priority number 2 from this list and further move that priority over to the Joint Appropriations Committee.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and second to move environmental ESG policies and practices from CapFin to joint appropriations. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question for us. If we will be squeezing the juice out of the 2 peeled oranges that we've heard about today. If you recall, there's been 2 references to peeling oranges. We're squeezing the juice out of them today. It's the theme. Somebody else. Not fun.
Representative Stith, do you have another motion?
Mr. Speaker, I would move that on priority 3, that there be at least one joint meeting between the Select Committee on Capital Financing and Investments and the Joint Appropriations Committee to address priority 3 performance compensation for investment staff
And the state treasurer.
and state treasurer.
Is there a second? Just a minute first. Second. Okay, a second has been called. Senator Hicks.
Wondering if we wanted to include WRS in that motion.
Senator Hicks, my question for you is there time in a one-day meeting to review all of that satisfactorily? Maybe not, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Kinski, and then we'll get a motion one way or the other on that piece. Senator-
thank you. I believe the write-up on both JAC and CapFin with regard to performance compensation includes both STO and WRS. I think it's already in there.
Senator Kinski, you are correct. It is in there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the only point that I was trying to make, the motion said treasurer, it did not include WRS, and I just wanted to make sure that that was the motion that reflected what's actually here.
Okay,
That's a friendly amendment.
all right. There's been a motion, basically to have a joint one-day meeting on performance compensation for investment staff, which would include state treasurer and retirement system and state treasurer topics. So, any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Are there any additional agenda items that priorities we want to put to CapFin? Not? We are back on the main motion. And I think just to review, it looks to me like priority 1 stayed the same. Priority 2 went away, which would mean that priority 3 would become priority 2. And then we had an additional priority 3 and 4, which one was the state agency pool, Pool A, and the other one was the trust funds. So that's what I have down. Any further amendments on the amended motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
And the reason I bring this up to the chairman is typically the CapFin has a meeting at the culmination or has historically after the treasurer's conference. That treasurer's conference, I believe, is July or August 27th, 28th, and 29th in Jackson. And I'm just wondering if it was the chairs that had contemplated having a meeting at the treasurer's conference, particularly in light of the venue that we have there. And so right now we've got a September 7th and 8th meeting. I was just wondering if the chairs would be receptive to moving that and working with the treasurer's office to try to have that CapFin at least one day in concert. Typically, the CapFin committee all attends the treasurer conference, so we're already there. There's some savings component of the state to overlap with that, and it's a tremendous opportunity for CapFin members to participate in that treasurer's conference. But Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get the chairman's thoughts of maybe moving that September 7th and 8th up to coincide with at least one day with the treasurer's conference this year on August 27th, 28th, and 29th. I believe those are the dates.
Mr.
Chairman
Speaker.
Obermueller.
In talking about that, I think one day would be appropriate. I mean, one of the considerations there was just the cost of the location and having a committee meeting there for 2 days, but certainly open to that if you want to move that way with the timing.
So Chairman Obermueller and I guess Senator Hicks, I don't know that we necessarily need a motion on that. I think I think the chairman's now aware of that, idea. Maybe he can think about it and see how it might fit, talk to the director, and we can figure that out.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Is that
open
fair?
to it, so we can talk about that.
And I think Director Obrecht, I would just do priority 3 investment returns, and then the 2 bullet points are those 2 that we had rather than complete separate topics. But that's my opinion. Nobody prioritized one over the other, so I think we'll do it that way. So we're back on the main motion as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We are now on joint appropriations. Oh, what? Yeah, we're going to go through appropriations and then we'll take a short break. And then we're going to push ahead. Thank you, Chairman and Vice Chair. Chairman Nicholas and Chairman Kinski. So Chairman Nicholas, I assume you'll start it off since you're here, and then we'll send it Senator Kinski's way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman. Just to follow up on what we just discussed, I think that if possible, if the Appropriations Committee could also attend the Treasurers Conference and have that joint meeting with the CAPFIN is what we'll try to do, so that we kind of kill all those birds in one stone. And it's really valuable for the Appropriations Committee to sit in and listen to those experts that they bring in. It's an amazing experience that the more people experience it, the better. So, with that, Mr. Speaker.
One note, Chairman, I don't know if either one of you were present, but we did move A&I and ETS back into appropriations as the home committee. So as we go through this and some of the decisions we'll make, one of your topics really could just be a report out of a committee that you will now have underneath you. So,
Yeah,
Chairman Nicholas.
I would concur with that. And in fact, I was going to address that when we get to them. Tourism has been basically in our committee off and on, but last year we kind of became do substantial work and did a lot of the bill drafting and to the tourism, and we've done the same thing for ETS as well, and also that Homeland Security. So all of those really are reports and updates more than anything else. And on the gaming side, last year we brought 3 or 4 statutory bills for corrections that they brought to our committee. So we're kind of up to speed with what they're doing and how they're doing it. And then we typically want to report from them anyway on the appropriation side. So all 3 of those basically fall in that same basket, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Our priority number 1 is to update actuaries on the pension plans, and our focus will be probably on the law enforcement plans, but it's just the mechanism of reviewing both the funding models and the actuarial models for all of our our retirement plans and how those all work, the big fund and the law enforcement fund. And once again, that's been something that JAC has been actively participating in probably for the last 8 years since I've been chair of that committee. So that's kind of it's kind of been that home committee on that particular issue or component of those funds. And so unless you have any questions about it, what I would add to that is the workers' compensation fund and the unemployment fund, which you discussed earlier this morning, and add those components to this same evaluation. So
let me get that straight. You'd want to put workers' comp and UI in with the pension plans, kind of as the number 1.
Yeah, and it's the same type of analysis, really.
Okay, thank you.
And then going to priority number 2, I think priority number 2 and number 3 are really one priority. It's the State Treasurer's Office, and it's an interesting concept. The Treasurer's Office has added 10 employees in the past 4 years. basically increasing the size of their office by about 29%. It has, their overall budget has gone up roughly 10.5 billion in the last 4 years. In addition to that, they have Broadridge as a consultant. They have KMPG as an consultants. Combined, those, they've expended, roughly $750,000 to $800,000 on those consultants. And so what the concept is we want to evaluate and meet with the treasurer's office, go through those changes, the additions, if it's satisfactory, if they need more, if we think they need less, whether or not their middle office and back office are performing up to speed, and kind of just to catch up on all those things. And then once we do that, that would also then kind of tie into our joint meeting with our friends in CapFin as well, because that's something that they need to understand and learn. And as you know, that there's a lot of cross-pollination between the members of the CapFin and the Appropriations Committee. So it would be a useful task, I think, to do that as well. And so then that's really, then our next priority, with number 3 priority, would be the major maintenance issue. So what we've learned through doing a lot of construction, both on the school side and on the general fund side, is that when folks want to do major remodels, component changes, or even build new buildings, it is not at all uncommon that they tap into their major maintenance in order to fund those projects. And our point is that that's really not the purpose of major maintenance. And when you delve into it, all these entities treat their major maintenance differently in how they expend it and how they report it. And what we'd like to do is we want consistency in how those major maintenance funds dollars are handled and also accounted for, and probably establish either some policies or procedures on how that's reported back to joint appropriations. And then in terms of our statutory obligations with ETS, tourism, and the Gaming Commission, I think I've already crossed that bridge in the time we have allotted for it. And then if you go down to our other statutory responsibilities, probably the largest one this interim will be the review of the rules and regs of the IIJA, and then working with the Chief Executive Office on establishing a mechanism on how those dollars are going to be reviewed and appropriated, and we'll likely be bringing recommendations to the body similar to that we did with the ARPA dollars. And so that will be one of our more interesting projects this interim. And so with that, I'd be happy to entertain questions.
Chairman Kinski, would you like to chime in, or got anything points you'd like to bring?
Well, I just, to refine that list a little bit more, we did add, the committee did add ESG to our responsibility. It's not a heavy lift, but it's on that list. And then I believe prior to number 6, the LSO bill drafting, you guys moved over, the committee moved it over to the Select Legislative Technology Committee. So that one would be crossed off and ESG would be added. But otherwise, I think Chairman Nicholas has been very thorough as always.
So I would add one more, I'm sorry.
Please.
And that's on the ETS, we'll go back to the draft bill, the bill that was circulated to formalize the transition of that entity from an agency to a department within ANI.
Chairman Nicholas, that's kind of why we moved them both your way, and then you can kind of sort that out under your agency reports.
And I believe that the review of House Bill 286 from the 2023 session is already on the list, so we're good there.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Does the committee have any questions of the chairs?
Mr. Chairman,
So,
Mr. Chairman, for clarity,
Senator Nethercott.
did the ANI ETS go to management audit? Or is it still with ANI or with appropriations?
Senator, it went from management audit to appropriations in the motion.
And,
was the motion
Mr.
that passed.
Mr. Speaker, the ETS has been reporting to us on a regular basis since, at least the last 8 to 10 years. And so it kind of snuck off over to management audit about 2 years ago, and then, but we still met with them, we still interviewed, and do our updates, even though it was reporting to management audit as well. So it's just kind of going rounded back to where it was prior to that time.
All right, so are there any questions, any further questions of the chairs? No? All right, we are going to open this up for public comment. Would anybody like to comment on this agenda item? Treasurer Meyer.
I guess I look at priority number 3, and that's one that definitely I think the CapFin is already going to do. You know, we're going to go ahead and tell them what all of our, you know, the things that are under their purview, which is all the statutory obligations that they have. You know, they're going to, we're going to talk to Chairman Obermueller, and he said that he wanted a, you know, like kind of a complete rundown, you know, on everything we do. So their committee has a good idea about, you know, what happens in our office, what's been the changes in our office. Like most of the time, you can just look at our website and get all of that because we're the most transparent sovereign wealth fund in America right now. So it's a lot of the stuff that folks are looking for is right on the website. And as far as the one thing that really kind of struck me here is the thought of requesting additional funds to go ahead and hire another outside auditing firm or something. It sounds like they're, I mean, we're audited every year. And MHP is the outside auditing firm, and you have the state auditor that audits everything we do already. So those general audits are already there. As far as the functions and operations, we've gone right down the line of what CLA wanted. And any time that we could, you know, in fact, I appreciate you guys got a COO for us because we did it, you know, fighting the governor for 2 years to get that position, and you guys got it in there. Finally, after a year after you gave it to us in the red tape, we're ready to have the guy visit the office. So, you know, I think that we've done what we've done, I think, in a very effective way. 3 years in a row of beating our benchmarks. We were nominated for Turnaround Fund of the Year by the Peterson Institute. And as I said, we're number 1 in America and number 3 in the world in transparency, governance, risk. We sent you that letter out so you know what it is. I mean, we're doing our job. We want to continue to do our job and do it more effectively. And when you take staff time and my time and our investment staff's time and our accounting staff's time, and we go through, you know, meeting after meeting and study after study, that takes it away from the basically our ability to do the best job we can for the state of Wyoming. And we are as transparent as you can. Anything that you guys want to see, if it's not on our website, we can get it on our website. So you can look at it and keep track of what we're doing on a monthly basis. All the performance records are out there. RBK basically audits everything that we do in our performance comp. And it's again audited by MHP as far as how we figure our performance pay. So all of those things are out there. And we want to have the time to do the best job we can. And this, frankly, I think is just a little bit overkill. And, you know, we can carbon copy all the reports that we give to CapFin, to appropriations, so they know what they are. We don't have any problem with that. But taking time out to drive clear across and have meetings in Casper when we can do it, when my CIO can do a 20-minute Zoom, but he's got to go to Casper so he can be there in person and take a whole day out. you know, we just need to think of something what is really reasonable, you know, as far as expending the time, you know, of the professionals in that office. So that's, you know, that's where we're coming from here. We just want to do the best job we can for you guys, and we need time to do it. So thank you very much for listening to my concerns.
Thank you, Treasurer Meyer. Would anybody like to ask Treasurer Meyer a question? Thank you, Treasurer Meyer. Anybody else like to comment on joint appropriations priority topics?
Here.
Just, I'm still in public comment, so anybody online? I'm going to close public comment. Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you. I just want to commend the treasurer for turning around his back office and middle office. And, you know, I've been on the forefront of getting him these extra personnel and the funding to do it, and it increased the wages. Whether or not any type of audit will be necessary, I think is premature. I just put that in there as a possibility. Frankly, what I'd like to do is have a meeting with one or two of the IFC members and do a walkthrough of his office and their Aladdin systems and how it's all working, to better understand the back office. And I think that's something that I think that Representative Obermuller and Senator Nethercott would also be part of, just to educate us on what they're doing, how they're doing it, what their timelines are. And, you know, we get the reports, but frankly, until we actually see it on the ground and how it's working, it's been a long process, and we can't do our job without doing that. And so, but he has done a great job, and he's got a great staff. And so, and frankly, the returns are really doing well. So it's not that they're doing anything wrong. It's just that we need to understand it better ourselves. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman Kinski.
I just wanted to make note, we don't actually have any meetings scheduled for Casper. We don't intend to schedule any meetings in Casper. In fact, we've taken pains to focus as much as we can in Cheyenne for reasons of deference to staff, both LSO and executive branch. We have one meeting in Du Bois, and we'll probably have one day at the Treasurers Conference. We will assure the Treasurer and the committee that we'll take pains to not inconvenience his staff by pulling them away to any location other than Cheyenne for these discussions. The other thing that I want to mention for people that might be new, this topic is not new. Going back, I think 8 years when we were in the Jonas Center was when there was a legislative decision to dramatically expand the investment function of the Treasurer's office by bringing a lot of functions in-house that otherwise had been delegated to Wall Street firms, and to build our own investment function. That was a pretty bold commitment, and a lot of money and time has gone into that. And we're not yet done building that staff out. And so this is part of a continuing review that has been ongoing ever since that first legislative decision that we were going to build our own in-house investment capability. So our determination is to not to be a hindrance, but to be a help, to understand any additional resources that may be needed for the STO to fully fulfill their obligation and to continue with their fantastic job. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Kinski. Just a comment before we get into making motions. And that is that I think it's really imperative that both of these topics, performance compensation and topic number 3, I really believe it should be done cooperatively with CapFin. And if it takes more than one joint meeting, if they intend to do a joint meeting at the Treasurers Conference, and then they decide to go back and go into the office itself, I just think it ought to be a joint process. And I think really because the educational value to the legislature and because it is going to be a more expansive group. And the more people in the legislature learn and understand these complicated issues of state's finance, I think the better off we are. And so that's just my hope, is that we're not going to try to silo this into either either, at least wouldn't be my intention, to silo it into one group or the other, but to try to do it cooperatively. So, committee, what's your pleasure on the priority? And Representative Stith, we've rode the horse the whole way, so Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the council adopt the recommendations of the Joint Appropriations Committee.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Are there amendments? Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, I guess just a question to Matt on whether we need to deal with priority number 6, or did the previous motion deal with that sufficiently?
So it's my opinion that we moved that in a previous motion. So I think we're good on that. And Representative Stiff, do you have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, and I have perhaps a similar question in motion, just to formalize it, that under priority number 1, pensions plans, that be expanded to include the unemployment insurance fund and the workers' compensation.
Is that a motion?
fund. Yes, that's a motion.
Is there a
Second.
second? It's been seconded by Senator Kinski. Any further discussion on that? Not, all those in favor of the addition of unemployment insurance and workers' comp into priority number 1, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, I would move that priority number 3 be consolidated into priority number 2, and that the substance of priority number 3 be part of the joint meeting with the Select Committee on Capital Finance.
So priority number 2 becomes performance compensation in the State Treasurer's Office to be jointly done between CapFin and Appropriations. Is that your motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Is there a second on that? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Senator Hicks.
A note that the committee may request additional funds for an independent auditor. I guess when I look at that, it's similar to the same request that came from Joint Ag. And so I don't want a pre-decision that we do or don't need this, but at this point in time, what I'd say after the committee's had an opportunity to work through this with the Treasurer's Office and go through that and look at it and evaluate at that point in time, if there's a determination that they may want to do, with all the other things going on, I'm very cognizant of the stuff that we need to get this system up and running. And I think this just would infuse another process. I'd like to actually look at this once we're fully up and running and have a chance to look at it. I'm not saying not do it, I just don't think we need to incorporate that note component into moving into section, into priority number 1.
Would that be a friendly amendment to the bringer in the second?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Get rid of the note?
Yes.
Okay, so part of that motion will be to remove that note. Is there any other discussion on that motion? All those in favor of the consolidation of 2 and 3 and for it to be a joint meeting and the elimination of the note, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Are there other amendments? Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, I would move that items or priority numbers 5, 7, and 9 be consolidated into and made a part of what is now listed as priority number 8, statutory responsibilities and reports.
Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. So basically, what this is doing is, the way I look at it is, it's just moving, all of these are agency reports. The tourism is going to be an agency report, the Homeland Security. Tourism is the oddest one of the bunch, frankly. But that's that. So that's the motion. Representative Yen.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm uncomfortable with keeping tourism in the topics at all, frankly. If this succeeds, then I'll probably move to strike it.
Would you like to make a motion, amendment to the amendment? Amendment to the motion?
So I'll ask if it would be friendly, first of all, to just delete the priority number 7 tourism instead of move it into statutory responsibility.
You know, at this point, late in the day, it's better to just make the motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, there's a motion to eliminate tourism from that. So it would be to eliminate tourism altogether. Is that right, from the study? Or let's get it clear what you want to do.
Mr. Chairman, so I believe the original motion was to move all of those priorities into priority number 8. My motion to amend that motion would be to delete tourism altogether rather than move it into priority number 8.
So the amendment is to delete tourism altogether. There was a second to that, was there? It's been seconded by Representative Zwanitzer was shaking his head earlier, so I was assuming that was the case. So discussion on the elimination of tourism from the Appropriation Committee study. No further discussion. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, I'd like to know the rationale behind the bringer of the motion as to why you would want to eliminate that from review by the JAC.
Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, I think tourism solely belongs to TRW, and I think it's just very awkward to have it in JAC at this moment.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Kinski.
substantively, we don't do a deep dive into tourism, what they're doing, how they're doing, or why they're doing it. It's quite simply a follow-up to the legislation that gave them a separate pot of money coming out of the travel and tourism tax, and some assurances that were rendered at the time about how that money would be spent. And it's simply a report and update on what is the level of collections and the kinds of appropriations that are sought out of that fund. Otherwise, absolutely, it's a travel and tourism topic, and we don't intend to invade that particular territory. Our scope is very narrow on travel and tourism.
Is there any other discussion on this motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and
Senator Hicks.
And I believe this deals with the sub-account for tourism, and that does have statutory requirements that any of those funds have to go through further authorization for expenditure, which means they got to go through the Appropriations Committee. So I guess if they're just looking at that component, that's consistent with what the statutory structure for that sub-account is within tourism.
Okay, the motion is we had an original motion, which was to move priority number 5, number 7, and number 9 into priority number 8. The subsequent amendment to that was to remove tourism altogether from study by Appropriations Committee. So that is the question before you. So all those in favor of the removal of priority number 7, tourism, from appropriations study list, all those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No,
All right, I'm gonna go with a show of hands on that because I'm not really sure. So all those that,
Speaker, just a point of order. Are we voting just on the removal of priority 7? Is that the only vote
so,
we're taking right now?
so Representative Stith, the motion was to remove this from the other motion, but to remove it entirely from the study, which may or may not have been within the authority of the other motion if you get right down to the brass tacks of it, but it's late, so let's just go with it. And then we don't have to redo it. So the motion is to remove priority number 7, tourism, from the Appropriation Committee's study list, period. All right, and so now we're gonna raise hands because it was too close of a call. So all those in favor of that motion to remove tourism, please raise your hand. Okay, I see three. Anybody online got their hand up? No. So, okay, all those opposed to the motion, raise their hand. Motion fails. So we are now back to the original motion, which is to move priority number 5, priority number 7, and priority number 9 into priority number 8, which is just statutory responsibilities and reports. Any further discussion? Sensing your urge to vote. All those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Any further motions? Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, I would move that the topic of environmental, social, and governance issues be added to the Joint Appropriations Committee interim topic list as the last priority.
Okay. Chairman Nicholas, so right now we have a 1 and we have a 2. We do not have a 3 anymore, so if you want to, so Representative Stiff, do you want to make it last or you want to make it 3?
Three would be great.
Okay, the motion is to put ESG in as the number 3 topic, priority topic of appropriations. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, sensing your urge to vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. So now we're back on the original motion, and the way I kind of got it in my notes, we have priority 1, which is pension plans, UI, workers' comp. Priority 2, performance compensation and state treasurer, done cooperative and jointly with CapFin. We have number 3 as being ESG. We have number 4 being major maintenance. And then we would have number 5 being statutory responsibilities and reports. Does that kind of fit your take, Matt?
Mr. Chairman, I think you nailed it.
All right, we're back on that motion, although the original motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, committee.
We're going to take a short, this would be, what is it used to be called, a short JAC break of about 5 minutes, and then we're going to come back. Okay, if we could resume order here, we could call the meeting back to order. We could get all of our folks in seats. Thank you. I just want it noted that the House is fully present. And, you know, I just wanted to make the comment, we just had appropriations finish. Drew, you're kind of noisy there, so there you go. Thank you, Drew. Just one comment on appropriations is Chairman Nicholas mentioned gaming and that that usually reports to appropriations, and I concur, and I don't see a need for us to assign that topic. So unless anybody wants to assign it somewhere else, we'll just assume it's lies there. Drew, you're kind of noisy there, so there you go. Thank you, Drew. Somebody's making a lot of noise. I don't know who that is. All right, thanks. All right, let's see where we're at now. We are at Drew Perkins in streamlining executive branch regulations. So, Chief Perkins, take it away.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time to meet today. Just talking about streamlining, and we had a couple of asks. The governor has indicated that he would really like to, not indicated, we've started to work on some regulation reform from the administrative side. We've spoken to a number of directors. Directors are excited about it. We're looking at doing a number of things administratively. And so we're going to try and look at getting some low-hanging fruit from agencies all over, but then we want to do a deep dive agency by agency. We anticipate that this will take a couple of years, to work all the way through this. This is not an attempt to create a show or to say that we're going to reduce regulation by a certain percent, but really it is about doing a review and trying to reduce the administrative burden on executive agencies in administering certain things where appropriate, and also to streamline and simplify it for customers, taxpayers, and other users of our systems and our processes, to make sure that just try to make it as efficient and as effective as we can. In doing that, we wanted to, in doing that, one of the things that we'll have, in addition just to reviewing regulation, we've talked, I know and we're putting together, working on putting together a kind of a group to direct that from the administrative side, which the AG, this is a passion of hers, is to make sure we have understandable and streamlined and simplified regulations. So she wants to participate. And so what we want to do as we go through this, we believe that we'll find some places where streamlining and improving regulation will involve having or requiring a review of statutes to see if they should be changed. And so what we'd like to do is have the ability to go to the various standing committees who be overseeing those specific areas. And if we have statutes that we think the changing of which would assist in this process, that we could come in and visit with the appropriate standing committee, have them review that, and if they thought it was appropriate, then they could advance that as part of their interim work. And so with that, that's kind of the long and the short of what we would like to do from the executive side. And I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, I know that you wanted to also talk about creating a task force from this body to look at some more refined or distinct areas with respect to regulation. And with that, I will stop, Mr. Chairman, and I will listen for questions.
So we appreciate that report, Chief Perkins. And I guess we did set aside a topic within corporations that is kind of maybe the home committee for what you could probably do. I mean, you can take it probably anywhere because they can fit it somehow. But we did provide actually a priority topic of this issue in corporations. And so are there any questions of Chief of Staff Perkins on this issue? We have been looking at a task force on this issue, and I don't know when we'll bring that up, but we'll probably bring it up when we bring up the other task force. President Driscoll, do you have an opinion when you want to do that?
I think we'll do it right in with the other task forces. We got a
Okay.
task force. We just all run them together while everybody's minds.
Sounds good. So if there's no questions of Chief of Staff Perkins, we appreciate what you're doing. We all agree that anytime we can lessen regulations on our businesses in the state of Wyoming, it's a good thing. And with that, are there any questions? Senator Nethercon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a fantastic idea. I am somewhat disappointed that it has to be so deliberate. I know that I worked really hard as a chairman to develop relationships with all of my agencies. A great deal of confusion with who their home committee was at the beginning, because many of them are so comfortable with JAC that they try to go to JAC for all of their needs, whether or not it's appropriations related or budgetary related or not. Because more face time with that committee obviously is to their benefit. But really tried to work against that and develop relationships with the court, public defender's office, guardian ad litem, relevant issues for DFS, Department of Corrections. And for them to feel comfortable as part of our agency updates, or even before the interim starts, or even in public comment, to identify those kind of statutory updates, which typically are not that, exciting or controversial or substantive in nature, that they can feel comfortable to move forward with those chairmen and present those concerns to the committee, and those issues just get handled as part of our general operations of kind of agency updates. And I would encourage all of those agencies to do that all of the time, to ensure that all of the laws affecting their entities were current and were working for them. So again, I support this effort, but I do think it should be kind of standard operating procedure for both the chairman and the agencies that have home committees. That's my comment.
Senator Nethercott, thank you. I think that's really good observation. I think as anytime, I think agencies should self-reflect continually, and they should be able to bring that to the committees to vet and roll around in the public. So I don't disagree with you at all. Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, if I can follow up, some of the, I think, challenge with that was agencies being hesitant to come forward to the legislature. There was a level of kind of fearfulness or maybe a misunderstanding of what the process looked like. So it really came to also just building those relationships, which again, I think is very important both for the state agencies and our standing committees to have those relationships, right? And again, those types of bills or issues being brought forward likely are not controversial or require work or lots of LSO staff time. And these are just kind of somewhat perfunctory. And so the failure to have done that, I think, signals a breakdown of communication or a breakdown of a relationship with our executive branch and those agencies. So I think we should really evaluate a lot of those sources if we see a great deal of those coming out and see where we can mend those relationships, recognizing that actually the committees theoretically should be producing a handful of those bills each year, right? That can just fly through the legislature, and we're just really making those changes as times change.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions, any other thoughts to the Chief of Staff? Not, Chief Perkins, thanks for attending. You're welcome to stick around. The next agenda item we have is public participation and virtual access. And Representative Zwanitzer, have at her.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was going to be a topic perhaps for Legislative Facilities Tech, but when we discussed with some people, they said it might be better at Management Council. So here's the situation. My ask is really going to be to study this for Management Council in the interim, but more so to have staff report back to Management Council on what other states are doing. As I think many of you are aware, this past session, when it came to interim testimony, and how it kind of worked out halfway through the session was that each chairman, at least in the House, could decide for themselves whether or not to allow remote testimony, and in what cases. And some said no remote testimony. Some said remote testimony only if there's bad weather. Some said only if they were checked with by 5 o'clock the night before, even though those agenda items don't go out until 3 p.m. And that's perfectly, I think, fine with me if that's the policy. But my hope is that Management Council at least directs, either if it's a specific policy for both chambers and putting in a rule in place in each chamber's rules on what those parameters are. But I do think ultimately it hurts the public in trying to decide what meetings can they remotely testify at, what do they have to be in person, and how do they know the rules of the game? Because even sometimes co-chairman, the House chairman says no, the Senate chairman says yes. I just don't think that's a good look for the public. So at this point, my ask, and there may be some public comment online, is to have our staff do some research on what are other states allowing in the post-COVID world when it comes to remote testimony and parameters. And ultimately, I'm not sure if it should be a Management Council policy, but I do think there should be some type of direction to maybe each chamber, or if the policy is it's a committee chairman choice, just to fully have that in place so everyone's aware of what the ground rules are before the next session. I think the interim, we have some pretty solid parameters on setting rules of that first meeting. But when we get to the 2024 session, I do think there was some confusion and some backlash on people demanding to be heard remotely. And I think it was almost allowed in all cases, even in those cases where people said, we're not going to allow remote testimony. And then for certain entities, it was, but then we had people who were in the building who would remotely testify instead of coming downstairs. So it's just an issue I think we need to have some type of guidance, if not a policy on, but that all starts with, I think, understanding where other states are right now. And if we could do directs, that would be my ask, to direct LSO to do some research for a subsequent Management Council meeting so we could get something in place or inform the public of what the ground rules are for 2024.
Representative Zwanitzer, thank you. I'm one of those that believes that we should accept public comment. That doesn't mean you have to accept all public comment. If there's a bunch of out of state, you can shut it down. I think chairmen have to have that ability, but I think today, and I live on one side of the state, and I think it's important for my constituents to have access to the legislature wherever they're at. And I know the best testimony's in person, but I think in this day and age, we can allow testimony. And I certainly think it's within our prerogative as Management Council to make a policy on that. Isn't it, Director Obrick, if we decided we wanted to do that? We'd have to do it today if we wanted to do it, because meetings will start, but that's within our prerogative, isn't it?
Well, Mr. Chairman, you've got a Management Council policy already on remote testimony. And that's during the interim. And it is up to the chairman's discretion. And there's some parameters on that, signing up the day before the meeting by 5. But the chairman retains the discretion to allow people who sign up later than that also to testify if that's the chairman's prerogative. So, but what there's not any policy on is allowing remote testimony during the session for a standing committee. That is completely left up to the chairman's discretion.
So if we decided we wanted to allow public testimony that wasn't just without chairman permission, we could do that today for the interim if we chose to.
You bet you could.
Just a thought. So Did we have any public comment on this? Ms. Delancey, please come up.
And Mr. Chairman, while she gets settled, Jen Lowe is online.
Ms. Delancey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Cindy Delancey. I'm here on behalf of the Wyoming Business Alliance. I really do appreciate Chairman Swanitzer bringing this issue before the council for consideration today, because it is just so helpful to have the ability for people anywhere in Wyoming or anywhere in the world, if they're traveling, to be able to tune in and participate in the governance of Wyoming. Many business people are very interested on the work of the Wyoming legislature, and business people are often busy running their businesses, that they're unable to come down here to be able to testify in person. As you said, Mr. Chairman, personal testimony is always best. But as we've seen this weather, this winter trying to cross I-80, it's been darn near impossible for some people to be able to get virtually anywhere. And by having technology at issue to be able to be used in an effective manner, just again opens up that transparency and that ability for all citizens to be able to participate in the happenings of the legislature. So I highly encourage this council to come up with maybe some consistency and predictability beyond maybe just at the discretion of a chair. I think our chairmen do an excellent job exercising the discretion, and I've seen our chairman really try to bend over backwards to be accommodating. But what if that's not the case in the future? And so just, we really, as business leaders, value and appreciate this privilege to be able to zoom in and participate and make our thoughts on potential legislation be known, and to be able to speak from the front line as far as how legislation could impact the wealth generators and the business people of the state is something that we just always really value and appreciate, and hope that will continue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Delancey, thank you for your testimony. Does anybody have any questions of Ms. Delancey? Thank you. Let's go with anybody else in person want to speak to this agenda item. If not, we'll go to Ms. Lowe on the screen.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman and esteemed committee members. My name is Jen Lowe. I'm Executive Director at the Quality State Policy Center, and speaking to you today from my home in Star Valley. Although the snow has stopped right now, it has probably snowed about 7 inches in the past 24 hours, so I'm very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this meeting virtually. Much to what the last speaker said, it would be very helpful to public understand the rules around virtual participation. There's not much good that came out of the COVID pandemic. However, virtual participation, training, and access is one area that has proven to be successful and that people like. Completely understand that the chair will need to retain some level of discretion, but having a clear understanding of what the rules are and how we can participate would be very helpful to the public. So I appreciate you taking up this issue. I'm here for any questions you might have.
Any questions for Ms. Lowe? None. Thank you, Ms. Lowe, for participating. We appreciate it. So committee, do you want to take it up? Do you want to create a policy? What do you want to do?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Nethercott.
I would make a policy, and I just want to say that I probably am the most defensive of the chairman, and think Management Council goes a little too far on days like today in dictating to chairmen what their interims look like. So I do this with trepidation, but I also, having had been a chairman, know that it's not overly burdensome to have remote testimony, and do think that it enhances the process. I do think it is a disservice to the public by having differences with the committee chairman for who does and who doesn't, that gets difficult to know. And so I would propose a policy that remote testimony is allowed both in the interim and during session.
Senator Nethercott, would you give the chairman some ability to taper that comment if it's necessary?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the testimony should be considered like all other testimony, and it's no different, right? So if you have 100 people in the room, for example, on a gun bill, whether they're online or in the room, you still have that many people to get through, and you have to manage your time accordingly. It may not be that you're able to get to all 100. You have to make other exceptions, either public comments closed or a second meeting or whatever the challenges might be, right? Committee chairmen are adept at pivoting and understanding the unique challenges that they're faced with in that moment. You can certainly handle that, whether the people are live or remote.
Thank you. Is there a second on that motion? Second. Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm looking up our current remote participation policy, and I guess a question to Matt. The existing policy, it's on page 88 of the whole list of Management Council policies. The existing policy had a requirement of 5 p.m. on the preceding day. From my recollection, I think that was due to staff time and being able to like draft up the whole list and give it to the committee chair. Matt, can you give us a little maybe history breakdown on the existing policy?
Director Obrick.
Well, you bet, Mr. Chairman and Representative Yen. So this first got really looked at in the May of 2021 meeting. And that was, we had some policies in place before then. They weren't necessarily, very well thought out. There were really existing policies on video conferencing rather than Zoom. And so there was a need for a wholesale update. It started with the committee members and whether they could be allowed to participate remotely or not. That was going to be at the chairman's discretion. That changed during the meeting and became that the chairman didn't have discretion, the committee members got to choose. But council at that time for interim committee meetings decided to leave the discretion with the chairman to decide whether they wanted to allow remote participation. And the 5 p.m. sign up is really more about an idea that it should take a little bit of effort for a member of the public to look at the agenda, decide they wanted to sign up beforehand, but allow those chairmen the discretion to allow other people to sign up later after that. And I would also say that council did look at whether they wanted to do a policy during the session or not. The preceding council, and the idea there was no, that wasn't the purview of council, that was really left to the houses to decide either through rule or through policy of the presiding officers. Now, having said that, and that was the last council's determination, council has policy on all sorts of session issues. Now, whether that's appropriate or not is an open question, but the vacuum kind of needed filled on a lot of things, like say decorum in the galleries. And council's stepped in there. There's been some slight pushback, but I don't think any major revolt on whether council has the authority to do that or not. So just by way of history on those issues.
Thank you. So let's, if we do anything with the 5 p.m. thing, let's do it in a separate motion.
Yes.
And so the motion is to allow remote participation from the public during the interim here. And so, and it was seconded. Is there further discussion on this motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. So remote participation for the public will be allowed. Committee, do you want to address the 5 p.m. thing or let it sit?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Nethercott.
my suggestion is to let it sit. I do think, it's helpful to help manage and have preparation for people who want to testify, that it becomes too unwieldy to have people jump on as the meeting is going, both for staff and the chairman, just to monitor all of that. But allowing that discretion for the chairman to decide after 5 p.m. to allow for whatever testimony, I think is the right way to go. That encourages timely notification to the chairman, just so they can manage a meeting and manage public comment appropriately. So I just think for those reasons, it's a very helpful tool. But again, it's at the chairman's discretion to allow it after 5, and I think most chairmen are very respectful of allowing testimony requests that come in after that time.
Any other comment on that? Are we good? Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, I think the only thing that I would say is that, you know, from the previous 2 years, it has felt like that there were people who come in after 5 PM because they didn't know what was going to be on the topic list, et cetera. So maybe at least for this year, my suggestion would be for the public, just sign up for the meeting if you think you might have the possibility of talking. And then if you don't provide public comment.
All right, without any motions, I think we'll move on. Representative Zwanitzer.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I do think it was, for the interim, is pretty well covered. I guess my question is, before the 2024 session, do we need a policy in the Management Council procedures, or at least adding some language in, and do I need to move that as a motion? And I don't know, maybe we don't need to study it, but
Why
I
don't we
certainly
just
think we need
direct,
some type of policy.
why don't we just direct staff to take a look at that, and then when we get close to the next session, we'll make you just write it down on the list as we want a decision point on that. You'll have some information for us. Does that work, Director?
Mr. Chairman, that's great. We'll research it, see what other states are doing. We've already got the parameters of the policy's already written, so the
Okay.
previous council considered it.
Senator Nethercutt, you got comment?
Mr. Chairman, I don't necessarily want to walk us back, but do we really need to direct LSO to study it? I mean, I don't really need to know what other states are doing. I feel confident doing what we want to do without knowing that. So that's how we want to do it in Wyoming, and that's good enough for me.
Okay, good enough. They'll probably do it anyway, so it's okay. I don't care one way or the other. All right, we're going to move on. That we are going to do. So the next agenda item is agenda item number 6, and we have a couple of task force, and the first one is really going to be brought by me, Representative. It was really a request from Representative Larson. It became kind of a co-effort. We all believe that, I guess the two of us believe that we need to continue to study this issue of mental health. And for a long time, and it kind of relates to the vulnerable adult, it at least can. And for a long time, I've wanted to see that, take a little closer look at that, both through the judiciary and through the agencies. And so the idea here was developed, and I'm not going to go through the task force in detail because you see it in front of you and have had the opportunity to review it. And so I guess the way I'm going to handle this is if somebody moves it and if somebody seconds it, then we will debate it and then we'll go from there. So I would accept a motion on this topic.
Mr. Chairman, I would so move the Mental Health and Vulnerable Adult Task Force, similar to the parameters that were passed out in front of us for the 2023 interim.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm just wasting everybody's time here because I think there's already a conclusion that this is going to be voted up. But I do have a lot of concerns that there's an ongoing health task force to the governor. They have a subcommittee. They're already looking at this. I don't know how many of these topics overlap, what the role of all the agencies are already involved in that task force, that we're putting another duty on them to go and have another meeting. And I'm not trying to disparage the topic or the intent of what we're doing here. I think a last minute time when we have an ongoing gubernatorial committee with all of these agencies already involved, I don't know where they're at with each one of these. I don't know what topics they're exploring. Are we overlapping and then putting a dual responsibility on top of all of these agencies to now have to go to this task force plus the governor's task force, and we have legislative members already on the governor's task force that represent it. Again, I think it deserves study. I think this is premature in light of the executive branch's efforts and the agencies already working on this issue. So I'm going to be a no, not because of the substance of what we're trying to accomplish here. I just think at this point in time, it's not ready for prime time, given all the other efforts that are out there and not knowing how this either overlaps, complements, or competes with those efforts.
And Senator, I appreciate that, and I guess, you know, we always do worry about overlap, but, you know, in my little discussion with the agencies, and I'm sure Representative Larson has talked to him as well. I know particularly on the vulnerable adult piece, there seemed to be very much support in looking at this. And the mental health issue, that may be a governor's task force, but it certainly will play into what will come before the legislature. And so I think it dovetails, frankly, that effort. And anyway, would anybody else like to comment on the motion and the task force? Not. We will, sensing your urge to vote, all those in favor of the Mental Health and Vulnerable Adult Task Force as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries. Division having been called, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 5-3, it passes. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and work on the other task force, and I think Vice Chair Driscoll, I think I'll let you handle that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be as brief as I can. We're fairly late. This task force ties directly into what the governor's chief of staff talked about, a regulatory reduction task force. And I'm going to give you a 30,000-foot view of what it is in conjunction working with the governor's office. Wyoming routinely is #1 for business in every rating that comes out. And in truth, when you look around outside of Wyoming, you find that every state around us is actually doing better at attracting business than we are as a whole. Doesn't matter if you're talking north, south, east, or west. They're all doing better than we are. And so when you have those kind of problems, you tend to know that you might be the best looking girl at the dance, but if no one's asking you to dance, there's a problem. So we think it's tied to regulations and how they do it. Being in business myself, we've seen it. And so what we're really looking at is a task force that looks, and we're starting at some of the low hanging fruit. And one of the ones that we run into is when you start looking at areas that the state's taking primacy from the federal government. We actually are to the point now that part of our people would rather deal with the federal government than the state of Wyoming. And that tells you something about it. So we wanted to do a task force that took a dive into some of those. It says, when we take primacy, we say we're going to start at this level and then we go beyond that. And where have we gone beyond? What part of it's actually been done by laws? What part of it's been done by rules and regs? And where are we at? So we're looking at putting a shell together, and so we take a look first at the primacy areas, and then also streamlining our business codes, which goes back to our housing affordability and our other things. Is, are we impeding growth in our cities and towns because we're actually over-regulating and overdoing the codes? And we know we've had this happen in other areas of the state. I've run bills to deal with it, to keep it slowed up. So really what we're looking at is putting together a task force that would, looking at the umbrella that I just gave, they're going to have some flexibility to go under those areas, but would be 3 legislators from each house chosen by the presiding officers, 1 member from each of those. 3 will be designated co-chairmen. We'd bring in the DEQ. That's one of the primary areas. So we're going to bring in the director of the DEQ to visit about DEQ and the primacy. Department of Ag is another area we've got big primacy, and that's one of the areas that I've looked at as a good part of the new packing plants going in Wyoming, interestingly enough, for federal plants, because they find that they're easier to deal with the feds than it is with our own state regulations. State Fire Marshal are his designee. So I can tell you firsthand, having expanded business and done business work our fire marshal codes, the international business codes, and their rules and regs are onerous. I can tell you, if you're gonna go build something new in Wyoming, plan on 6 months to a year by the time you get done with plan reviews and what they do. How can we look at going through that? So we got the fire marshal. Governor would appoint a member of the Petroleum Association, member of the Mining Association, and a member of the stock growers of the wool growers, and that kind of covers those primacy areas. You know, the outcomes, identify areas where we can reduce regulatory burden for Wyoming's mineral and ag sectors and our building sectors. Identify statutory solutions needed, and then report to the Governor and Management Council by October. And we're looking at 3 one-day meetings, 1.5 for exploration of minerals, regulations, and ag, and 1 day for solutions. Be staffed with the LSO with assistance of DEQ, Department of Ag. We easily could end up needing another day or two if we get delved in deep enough to this, because the truth is, I think mining and petroleum are gonna have lots to say about primacy and the rules. They, you know, as a rule, I think they like the way our organization is, but there's some definite improvement areas that we can work. And I'm not knocking our agencies, but how do we make them more user-friendly, and how do we make the state more business-friendly? And once again, back to background, I can tell you, I deal with numbers of businesses that do businesses in multiple states. They've got a business in Wyoming, and they'll have business in 3, 4, 5, 6 other states. None of them are gonna wanna come testify in person very bad, because they're Wyoming people, but a lot of them would like to anonymously comment and send things in. Most of them will tell you Wyoming's not their favorite place to do business, and in certain instances, it'll be states that you wouldn't guess that Wyoming would have to compete with. So that's kind of the outline of it. With that, I'd stand for questions from the committee.
Questions of the committee, Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, you know, it's hard for me to believe that Wyoming's overregulated, but I'm happy to continue covering that topic, and I know we'll cover it somewhat in corporations. What's confusing to me, I guess, is why streamlining building codes is on the same task force as aligning with federal regulations to make sure that we're not over-regulating more than the feds are. So, Vice Chair Driscoll, you know, I guess from hearing your presentation, it sounded like it was pretty explicit in trying to find ways where it makes sense to override local control. Is that the case? And is that what you would like to see out of the result of the task force? And are there specific parts of that? I mean, are there more specifics on the types of streamlining building codes that you think make sense, where it makes sense to override local control? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Driscoll.
I will tell you up front, I don't ever want to do a task force that has a preconceived outcome, which is kind of what you're pointing towards, and it absolutely does not. When you go to building codes, almost every city in town uses some part of the International Building Code, which ties you right back into this federal overreach. And should we be looking at that? Should we be looking at somewhat standardized across the state? Because I can tell you, back to local control, is there is no local control where I live, because we deal with the state fire marshal's office in Riverton. That's not local control. Now, Jackson's different, Cheyenne's different, Casper's different, because they're allowed to have their own, and they step in and make their own rules. Is that parity across the state as far as local goes? And I think we really need to look at, are we impeding progress in business coming to the state by our rules and regs? And that's all I want to do is see, are we doing that? And I can tell you, I'll give you one example I know firsthand. I go to my garbage from where I run my business at, which is truckloads, multiple truckloads weekly, goes to South Dakota, goes across the line, goes into an unlined landfill by Belfouche, South Dakota. That landfill would not be permitted in the state of Wyoming. They couldn't do it. Consequently, our garbage goes because it's cheaper for the hauler to go there. Another example, we have a large ready-mix business in our neck of the woods. I brought a bill a few years back with DEQ. They can permit a gravel pit in South Dakota, Colorado, or Montana in less than 60 days and cost them less than $50,000. This is 4 or 5 year old numbers, but less than 50,000. Those same pits in Wyoming are costing them $300,000 to $500,000 and take them 1 to 3 years to get them permitted. They're opening pits in South Dakota and hauling rock to Wyoming. Should we be taking a look at this? Those pits generate huge amounts of money, revenue back to governments. Those are the examples that I know of that I've been given with businesses I deal with, and I can go by the dozens. I hate to out them for who they are because they don't want to draw the ire of agencies. But I think this task force is very much needed. Maybe we find out that, yeah, we're not very onerous on what we do. But maybe we do find out that we're not quite as business friendly as we look like we are. And that's all I want to do. The task force is not expensive. And it's a high level look at what can we do to attract business. After all, what do we hear day after day after day? Let's diversify our economy. So what's the impediment to diversifying our economy right now? This is an attempt to look at, are we creating some of our own impediments to diversification?
Representative Stiff.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So Senator Driscoll, it sounds like the goal here is to reduce the regulatory burden associated with doing business in Wyoming, if to the extent possible. It sounds like that's what it is. And my question more specifically is, if in connection with this same, on the third line of this description where we say streamlining building codes, would you regard it as a friendly addition if we said streamlining building codes and reducing regulatory burden associated with residential, commercial, and industrial construction?
That'd be more than friendly. You know, we tried to find a way to do that. I knew it was going to draw some ire, particularly Representative Yin. I knew there's soft spots there. And, you know, to me, I'm not necessarily looking at reducing them. I just want to make sure that we're competitive with other states, because we do that on everything we do. And so if it means that we need to reduce some regulations, if we can environmentally stay friendly, yeah, let's take a look at it, because I do think we've got it. We also, probably as a result of this, are going to end up looking at, do you do one-stop shopping for business to come in? I'm telling you, when you come to open a new business down here in Cheyenne, you're going to deal with 6, 7, 8 agencies. Talk to our school people. I was talking with them yesterday. Talk to our LSO staff about the Capitol with the fire marshal. Talk to schools about the fire marshal. I think we can find ways to be more friendly is where I'm getting at. And I'm hoping this is a first step in opening the door to that.
Any other comments before we take public comment?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
just one consideration. When we look at the list of participants there, it talks about members of trade organizations. And I always think that that's probably something that we should avoid. Not all mineral producing companies belong to PAW. Not all stock growers belong to wool growers and stock growers. And likewise, I'm pretty sure there's probably a few mining companies out there. They may be small that don't. So I would rather we designate industry sectors instead of trade organizations with a potentially more limited membership. So
That's friendly. Governors.
I just want to make sure. So I'll bring that amendment when we work it.
Other questions of the bringer before we go to public comment? My apologies to the public for not having public comment on the mental health task force, but I failed that. But I do know there's people that would like to comment on this, so I'm going to open public comment. Please state your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Committee. I'm Jessie Defoe. I'm the Policy Director for Freedom Path 307. We're a conservative policy think tank, and we just look at addressing economic issues affecting Wyoming. So we appreciate this task force. Anytime we can look at regulatory, reducing that burden is very important to us. We would ask for consideration with looking at this is the regulation affecting housing in Wyoming. Not only is this an important, but a necessary component to Wyoming and Wyoming business. When looking into more of the regulations affecting The housing in Wyoming, most of you are probably aware of this report. The Wyoming Association of Municipalities found that 90% of communities who responded said that they were experiencing housing shortages. 88% said they needed more affordable housing. 83% needed more workforce housing, and 63% needed housing for seniors. When looking more into the numbers, we found a national study that cites that 40% of costs for multifamily development is consumed by regulation. And then in our own studies of Wyoming, we found that $58,000 here in Laramie County goes into, for new construction costs, goes into regulations. Now, this is on top of the IRC codes, and the time frame can range from 125 days to 225 days. So what do we do about something like this? We believe that a task force is the first and right step to looking into this. We have actually recently completed 2 different reports. The first one is a case study of new construction for Wyoming that we would love to share with this task force committee. The second one is a review of what's happening all across the US. We are not the only ones with this type of housing dilemma. In fact, in Montana, they recently created a housing task force that the governor created an executive order. And of that, 2 different reports have been released. The first one, which is pretty weighty, is what their legislative body can look to do to streamline efficiencies. And their second report, also very weighty, is looking directly at regulatory reform and best practices, both local and state. So what can we ask of you in this task force is to consider regulation for housing. We would ask that the governor could potentially also appoint a member of the business community. And of course, we know that this may affect the work schedule, so consider adding 1 more day for housing, or maybe for minerals, instead of 1.5 days, they could have 1 day and then another half day for housing. We think that this is a critical issue. 60% of the communities in this Wyoming Association of Municipalities reported that because of lack of housing, they were not having new business growth or not considering expanding. And so we need to look at what affordable housing means for our communities and being business friendly.
Okay, questions of Ms. Defoe? Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Foe, I mean, I think, as you know, I believe housing is a really big problem in my community. However, it's still very confusing to me to put housing in a task force that deals with federal regulations for mining at the same time, especially when we're talking about housing for other communities, like for tourism communities, for example. So I guess maybe you could help me understand why it makes sense for it to be in a task force where the members are going to be the Mining Association, the Stock Growers Association, and PAW.
Sure, Mr. Chairman and
Ms. Defoe.
Representative Yin, I completely agree. When first looking at it, you may think, well, why throw this in the mix too? But we know that this directly affects our workforce. And if we don't have places in these sectors, let alone any other sectors, we will continue to hurt for any new business or growing business. And so I think that this is just a first step of making sure that all of our industries in Wyoming thrive, and that because we already have the state fire marshal, which we know a lot of these IRC and IBC codes come from, that need to be addressed right now, that this is actually an ideal time for the big umbrella approach, as was brought up previously, to look at the same time and to say, how big of issue is this and how can we best address it?
Mr. Speaker, if I may follow up.
Please go ahead.
So I guess why wouldn't it make sense to have this as a topic for one of our existing committees that are a bit broader, like corporations or minerals?
Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
I'll answer that. We had it in Corps a year ago, made a first blush at it. This is actually, and it fits the topic well. So what we looked at was affordable housing. What we didn't look at was what the effects of regulations were on affordable housing. And so cowboys and miners, you wouldn't think of being together either. When you start looking at guys in cowboy hats and miners, you'd say, well, why are you putting them together? And that goes back to the title, regulatory reduction. And that covers a broad umbrella, and we picked a couple of the easy ones that were out to start with that fell. This is another one. She showed us the studies. They're there. We know there's evidence of it. So once we know it's there, why aren't we looking at trying to figure out how to solve part of this problem? Because housing's probably a bigger issue that affects these others just as much. When we're trying to bring a business to town, the towns I live in don't have housing. They can't bring a new business in because they don't have housing. So these are all tied together. All the pieces fall in one piece to me, and these do make a lot of sense. I'm very thankful for whoever brought the base amendment that talked about broadening this out, that does it a little more articulate than I was. I'm not very articulate on putting it together. But I do think it's very appropriate that they do all stand together.
Senator Nethercott, are you moving towards the microphone, or not?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I am. On affordable housing, yeah, it's an epic frustration to me. I was on here in Cheyenne, the mayor's affordable housing task force for over a year, put forward recommendations, and many of the community leaders here worked with other community leaders across the state. The governor had a task force as well. I attended many of those meetings remotely as part of my work with the mayor's task force. Brought the issue to the legislature now multiple times. Was successful in getting it up to an interim and corpse. Epic, epic, epic failure. Total disappointment from the committee. Started off very positively in May and up in Crook County at that meeting, and then proceeded to die by the second meeting. And so, there was an effort in the budget this year to use some of the dollars that we received, and a really valiant effort by members of the Appropriations Committee to at least get some dollars to this project, and to the governor, who had a task force, who's evaluated all of these programs, who has a lot of this data. We said, no, not a problem here in Wyoming. We're not going to deal with it. And so I guess my question is, many of those members on this council here today, we have had these votes in front of us now very directly for 2 years, and we've said no. And now we want to spend money of our own to create a task force to do what's already been done by many communities in this state and the governor. I'm all about it. I support the effort. I believe it needs to be addressed. Love all the solutions. Can't wait to see what Montana did. But a little self-reflection here about what's different now than 3 weeks ago when that vote was in front of you. Because it was in the budget and removed. So just questions about that now.
So just a comment from myself, I don't mind putting affordable housing in this, but I do think if we do that, we should, and I'll agree it's more, but we should be more holistic in the topic. Because I do think we have a tendency, we fail on one end and want to solve it by another end, and I think it's holistic. It's only going to be holistic to solve that problem. It's reducing regulations, and it's also recognizing that there needs to be money in the process to develop affordable housing. There's no other way around it. But so anyway, did Representative Stith, were you moving to the mic too?
Mr. Speaker, just briefly, I think Ms. Defoe's point, from my point of view, was that if there's a way to reduce regulation across the board that has a result that constructing a house is cheaper, that's a good thing. That may not solve a housing problem for a given community, but it's still a step in the right direction. And it seems to me, frankly, it seems to me like it's worth looking into what we can do either to help rules either change or to change the culture of how existing rules are enforced, so that not just residential, but frankly, commercial and industrial construction doesn't cost more than it should. So I don't think that this is going to solve the housing crisis, if to the extent there's a housing crisis in a given community. I don't think it's going to solve that, but I think it could be a step in the right direction. And so I think it's worth, from my point of view, worth studying.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator, please.
You came very close to where I was at. Is the affordable housing itself is a standalone that's big, and that's what we dealt with. But if we can get the regulations where you actually lower the costs as part of it, then it does go to the next step. back to your comments, Senator Nethercott, it reminds us a lot of the IAE conversation we had earlier is there's frustration. We all sense that there's something wrong here, but none of us know where to start or where to put our hands on it. And this was an attempt that I played a fairly key role in, and I felt like, look, you have to start somewhere. And by the way, 3 days, even if we had a day and a half more, you're still only going to get through the surface layer of this. Really what we're trying to do is peel back a layer of veneer and try to figure out, is there a problem there? And if there is, then we can start looking at solutions. I don't think this task force is going to come up with any canned solutions in 3.5 days. These agencies are sophisticated. They've got whole divisions that deal with it. They're there, I'm telling you, from people that deal with them. They're used to dealing with stuff like this task force is going to be. They're going to have to be pretty hard boiled to figure out how to get these done. And I think Representative Stith hit a key point. Part of it's a culture change. It's not just a regulation change, it's a culture. Are we here to be friendly to our businesses? Or are we here to regulate? And that's part of what we'll be looking at in this task force is how do we make it where we're more friendly?
Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I support this effort. I mean, it's consistent with why I choose to serve, but one of the challenges I heard is the cost of building in Cheyenne, right? And a lot of that has to do with our local development codes. And so from a legislative perspective, are we looking at state regulations, obviously, or are we trying to put together all of these local regulations that are really adding to the costs or prohibitions? And so just more conversation and maybe narrowly scoped about, are we going to override local control?
Senator Driscoll.
So that was asked early on by Representative Yin, and I don't think you can answer that until you actually see what the impacts are and where they're at. And you're going to have input. I will guarantee you the cities and towns are going to come. I happen to have run a building code bill. It was before you came in the legislature, maybe 8 years ago. I'm sure Senator Hicks remembers it. The city of Cheyenne came and testified, city of Casper came, Jackson came. They all talked about it. And we learned a lot when we ran that bill. And that bill, ironically, didn't go on local control. It was Teton County, I'll be upfront about it. And it was the city of Jackson who was going to make them put sprinkler systems in anything that was occupied over 30 days. They were going to force them to put sprinkler systems in. And, the people that were doing rentals in town went crazy over it. And they came to myself and actually with Senator Christensen and I as we ran it, and we did roll them backwards. We found out some horror stories at that time. A couple of our big towns in Wyoming said, yeah, we run these through and we tell them that they're going to have to do this so that we can basically blackmail them into doing things that we don't have rules for. So, I think, do I want to encroach on local control? No. But do we want to have them to be aware that they really should be friendly as far as what goes on? They're not there to impede business. They should be there to make sure it's safe. When you're doing most of these regulations, there's safety involved. Are you doing it to be safer? Or are you doing it to drive costs and to make more paper somewhere? That's what I want to look at. And so, no, I don't want to stand all over the local control, but if it's being abused, I have no fear of looking locals in the eyes. And if they're abusing local control, say, look, knock it off or be prepared for us to work on it, because local control is there. We understand it. There's home rule. But the Constitution's really clear. We have the ability to deal with that if it's egregious, and should.
It'll be an interesting debate. I've always come down on local control, and I will from here on out in the legislature with the most short time I have. I respect the work of those people that do that. It never hurts to examine the topic. Ultimately, if you read what we're doing here, it'll be a report to the governor and management council on the findings and any statutory changes identified. So it'll be coming back to us. If there's anything statutorily required, we'll make a decision if it goes to a committee. Representative Yin.
The only one thing I would say, Mr. Speaker, is my community has been insulted during the session, like during the session on the floor. And so I think the only thing I would want to be careful of is making sure that we're not impugning my community and saying it doesn't like business in the town of Jackson.
Yeah, I
Mr.
don't
Chairman,
think that was intended.
If that's what it came across, I apologize, because I definitely did not intend that. You know, one of the things I hit early on, and this is one of the things, rules and regs under these primacy drive, we all get them. If you're in the legislature, you get them sent to you. I question when we're in the area of federal primacy, if they should be able to add onto the federal rules with rules and regs, or whether it should be a statutory change. Because my belief is this: you use the federal bones, and are there areas that we need to regulate with primacy that go beyond the feds? Without a doubt, that's local control. That's the state of Wyoming versus the federal government, and yes, we're going to add on. Should that be done by a bureaucrat, or should it be done after legislative debate? That's one of the things this task force will talk about is, should we be allowing bureaucrats to add layers of regulations on, i.e. fire marshal's office, or should those be debated on the floor and be a little more vigorous on how we go about them? Because I can tell you, for one, any of you here that read all of those that come out, raise your hand, because I have a hard time getting through the reviews on them. That's how many rules and regs we get packets every week now.
So, Ms. DeVoe, wouldn't you agree? Anyway, any other questions, I think, of Ms. DeVoe? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Delancey, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Cindy Delancey. There's a lot to unpack in that discussion, and I know we're at the end of the day here, but I just want to hearken back to the comments made by the bringer as far as trying to promote efficiency. User-friendly is kind of the term I heard as well, you know, really looking at regulatory reductions. So just a little bit of a brief kind of overview of one of the Business Alliance main guiding principles is the business makes Wyoming better. The Wyoming Business Alliance support public policy and legislation that enhances a sound business environment and promotes economic diversification. We do not support adding regulatory barriers or additional barriers on business in Wyoming. We strongly stand in support of having this conversation. Are there going to be prescriptive outcomes? No, that's never the opportunity to be in a task force. I have a couple suggestions for you on some things that maybe I'd like council to entertain as you have this discussion. But I will, just kind of bring you back to 98% of business done in Wyoming is done by small business. And then we also have that other small percentage that's done by business that operates in multi-jurisdictions, maybe even multinational business. And I will tell you that there is an enormous sense of frustration from the big guys and the little guys as far as operating in Wyoming. And that's because Wyoming's unique. What works in Jackson might not work in Devil's Tower, which might not work in Cheyenne. I think it's extremely time well spent to have this conversation, to understand the interplay between Title 18, Title 15, the fire marshal statutes, DEQ statutes. In fact, we're having a webinar on primacy. Primacy is one of our topics in our Carbon Capture and Sequestration 101 webinar that we're going to be doing on May 10th, and we invite you all to attend. These are convoluted and confusing points of law that even attorneys struggle with. And knowing that 98% of our business is done by Wyoming citizens with an idea and a dream and a vision, and having that pathway available to develop that dream and vision is really what I think is what makes Wyoming so unique from a business standpoint. So any effort that we can to self-reflect, to see what we can do better, maybe learn from how we can support our legacy industries, how we can embrace and make that pathway easier for new industries, new ideas to be vetted and worked into more jobs, more tax collection. That's how we grow. That's how we change. And I just really ask for your consideration as far as adding additional members to the task force. specifically having a business at large member. We definitely support and know that our extraction, our agricultural industries are very, very important. But I'd ask that that the council consider adding, a member of the business community at large. For example, someone from the Business Alliance. I know we're not going to be naming names of trade associations, but there's so many commonalities related to workforce, housing shortages, the important topics that Ms. Defoe just spent some time visiting you with. That's a common thread that all of our businesses are really seeking to have conversation around and to explore and vet ideas. I've been fortunate to be a legislative appointee to the Government Efficiency Commission. I've been a gubernatorial appointee to many other task force and commissions in this state. And having that time to work together to explore and take a deeper dive down to bring up some of the issues that I think are going to come out through this task force work. One of the things that my members have been advocating for years to address the big guy and the little guy is this concept of a one-stop shop. We do things differently in Wyoming from a cultural standpoint. And I give to you an example, having worked for a multinational organization at a previous point in my career. Never once would any of my colleagues in some of the states that I thought, that they would ever think to go talk to their neighbors before a project starts. Because in many other parts of the country, there's so many neighbors that it's not practical. In here, in Wyoming, before you do a project, you probably want to talk to your neighbors, and having that sort of place that could be an arm of state government in some capacity to shepherd new businesses, big and small, through the process of these are some key agencies that you're going to need to talk to. These are some cultural things that really are acceptable in Wyoming that you're going to want to know before you, embark on a journey thinking you're going to, stand up some project somewhere without talking to your neighbors. I just use that as an example. I think that navigating the regulation is what Senator Driscoll was really talking about too, not only reflecting and seeing if there's ways that we can reduce or change or modernize, but also how do we navigate that? That is going to come out, I think, through the work of this task force. And so I would encourage you, if there is discussion to broaden, to include housing, just that navigation aspect of how does business, where can they go for some answers? As 98% that I was mentioning, these are people that don't have teams of lawyers. They don't have, advisors, agents, landmen, landwomen, people, like the majority of our businesses are really relying on their entrepreneurial spirit, that they work on developing their business after they're done working their 8-to-5 job. And so any effort that we can help and be supportive from the business community to be involved in the conversation, to support the subject matter experts identified in 1 through 3, their knowledge and expertise is absolutely essential. But I just ask you, Mr. Chairman, to throw the net a little wider, to have some more private sector experiences that are suffering from, maybe some of the same challenges in navigating the regulatory landscape in Wyoming with the hope of improvement. So with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Delancey. Any questions? Thank you. Would anybody else like to comment? Mr. Riemann.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the County Commissioners Association. Hadn't planned to talk on this topic, but it morphed a little bit. I don't know that I have issue with that, but I do feel as if we're talking about missing seats at the table. One of those elements would be having somebody from local government in these conversations. When you're part of the conversation, often you can go back and start to address that immediately. We don't need to wait for some higher power to tell us what we should or shouldn't be doing in that space. And so I would really just encourage you to consider that, whether that's a seat for both the municipalities and the counties, or one that represents both. I really do think that it's a critical element to this whole conversation that you're headed down. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for questions.
Mr. Riemann, thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Any other comments? Any other public comment? Any public comment online? Nope. All right, I'm going to close public comment. Committee, Mr. President, what's your pleasure?
President, I would move the task force. We'll do some amendments to it. Would you like me to incorporate them before we did it? We kind of read it in. Would you like me to incorporate some of them now, or would you like me to wait?
Mr. President, why don't you just incorporate as many as you can right now, and then we'll see if there's a second, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so we went through the deal, and I do think we had a couple good suggestions. One, to add a person from the business community into it, and I would make that one of the governor appointments. And I do like the idea of the municipalities having someone there. I think if we're gonna deal with housing, it makes sense that we have someone from there.
So just a question on that, Mr. President. Would that be like under state fire marshal, we'd have a local government designee, or do you want to do it under the governor appoints? I would assume.
I'd do it under the governor appoints, since you're adding a couple more to it. And then I would like to incorporate Representative Stiff's language into it. He's much more articulate than I am, so I kind of liked his language. If you could read it, wouldn't complete my motion.
Representative Stiff, would you bring that out, please?
Mr. Speaker, in line 3, after the phrase streamlining building codes, we would add, and reducing the regulatory burden associated with residential, commercial, and industrial construction, period.
Okay, I'm not going to get it all wrote down, but you have it wrote down, so that's all that matters. Is there a second on the motion as discussed?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the task force. No discussion. Senator Hicks.
It's here. So right after the one that we just adopted, that Representative Stiff, a lot of the discussion we had really doesn't have necessarily a federal nexus or primacy issue. They may just be state regulations that increase cost or result in a protracted permitting. So I think you would want to include that as an item number 4, that would say state regulations that result in increased cost or protracted permitting timeframes. It may not have a federal nexus.
Second.
Okay, so you want to do that at the beginning, or do you want to do that in the outcomes, or where do you want that? 'Cause I didn't
Well,
know.
so you've got enumerated up on the top in the description on number 1, regulatory primacy of federal government
Gotcha.
programs. So you just add a number 3 there that says state regulations that result in increased cost or protracted permitting timeframes. So, Mr. Chairman, I've got another one, but I think we should dispose of them one at a time.
Are those, first of all, are those friendly amendments to the bringer and to the second? They are. So staff, have you got that wrote down? Because this is starting to get convoluted and I'm not.
Mr. Chairman, I have it down.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, again, some of this is just what I would say is clerical, so on, where it says Director of the Department of Agriculture with all these other directors, we have the word or designee, so we would want to add that. And then when we get down to the governor's appointments, it should be members representing an oil and gas. Under number 2, member representing the mining industry. Number 3, a member representing agriculture. And Mr. Chairman, I would add a number 4, another representative on the committee that would represent either industrial, commercial, or residential building industry. They're going to be the most familiar with some of the fire codes and some of the.
Well, it's not coming back to a boil very fast. I assume that's what I need to do to parboil.
Senator Kinski, you're live boiling an egg. So, yeah, thank you.
Mute yourself, please.
So we already have, so we have 1, 2, 3, we had 4 as business at large, I think we had that. We have 5 local government, and then now your residential builders.
No, I think, Mr. Chairman, you'd want to leave that as a member representing the building industry from either the industrial, commercial, or residential building. So it could be one of any of those that participate, and in most cases, they're going to overlap a little bit. but just one from the building industry.
Okay. All right, are there any, is that all good with the bringer and the second?
It is.
Are there any other, as you make this motion, do you want to clean something up, Representative Stith?
Mr. Speaker, I just meant to ask before, is there a price tag on this task force? Do we have an appropriation or?
What we have is 3 one-day meetings, and that will constrain the number of dollars. So if you want more days, then you're gonna have to add it.
Mr. Chairman, I think we probably should go to 5 days on it with what we've done.
Okay, do you want to go 1 2-day meeting? You know, how do you, Mr. President, how do you want that to roll out?
I would suggest a 1-day meeting to convene everybody and pull it together, and then 2 2-day meetings.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, a question on the budget. Typically, when we have these task force and the governor appoints people, that comes out of the governor's budget. So the budget would just be for LSO staff and members, or are we including per diem and travel for those members that are appointed by the governor?
Director Obrick.
Mr. Chairman, you know, you're right. Usually when a task force is created by statute, there's 2 separate appropriations, one to LSO, one to the governor's office. Obviously, in this instance, there's no appropriation at all for this. So the legislative members would be covered from your contingency. It would be up to you whether you want to B11 that money that we've got to the governor's office for that. That's the only way I can think to do it, is we can transfer those funds, our contingency funds, to the governor's office to cover these.
I think you need to. What do you want to do? What do you want to do on that account? Do you want to just let the governor cover his and we cover ours? What do you do?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I think the governor's office is going to tell me they don't have funds to cover these, and they don't. So if we want these people to receive per diem for serving on this task force, we'll have to come up with that.
Let's
money.
include the per diem then.
And so is the per diem for the directors and the state employees, or is the per diem for everybody on the task force, including the members of the public?
So Mr. Chairman, my view is the executive branch members, they can take that out of their budget. That's just in their line, in their duty.
That's what I meant originally.
Yeah, but the other members, the non-governmental members, should, if you want to have their per diem covered, that would need to come from legislative funds, which I would suggest we transfer to the governor's office.
Within the motion, we'll put per diem for public members. Okay, the motion's kind of settled. I'm not going to go through it all, but we've been hearing it. We've kind of went over it. So that's the motion. Is there any further comment on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the Regulatory Reduction Task Force as described, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, so that's done. Now, so. No, we had it, we were just continuing to amend the original motion as a friendly amendment. Okay. Gotcha.
I joined my colleague from Teton County in opposition to this task.
As you are in opposition to all task force. All right, and now, to follow up on that, a subcommittee for complaints. And and this is, it's late in the day for this, but we gotta pull through here. So Matt, take it over.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I mean, that sounds like the subcommittee no one wants to be on, right? But it's actually a subcommittee to look at the process for handling of ethics complaints against legislators. You know, the Senate actually didn't adopt Joint Rule 22-1 this year, so there is no written process in the Senate for dealing with ethical complaints. This issue was brought up to the Management Council of the 66th Legislature, wanted to forward it onto this legislature for appointment of members of a subcommittee. So really all we need is a vote to allow the Speaker and President to appoint 2 members from their house, from their houses to look at this issue and report back to you on it before the 2024 session.
I'd entertain that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. I appoint Yin and Zwanitzer.
And you can appoint later too if you
No,
want.
I'm doing it now. I want to get some of these appointments done. So, all right, let's go on.
Mine will be Nethercott and Rothfuss. I actually was gonna do a 3-member committee on my own, but I think this is gonna cover it, so.
Okay.
A question for Mr. Olbrich. Are we gonna be allowed within this to do our own Senate rule with our 2 people to do it? Because we're gonna have a Senate half of this that falls through, and if not, I'll appoint a separate one that does the Senate half.
Mr. Chairman, it's really up to the subcommittee on what they decide to do. There's no real need. I mean, the joint rule really, I mean, while it's got the same process or had the same process, it's absolutely, Senate centric or House centric. There's not, I mean, there's not a mixing of members. So you can come up with your own process if you want.
Got it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All
So
right.
I'll just use our 2, Senator Nethercott. I've talked with Rothfuss, and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. President. Capital Governance Subcommittee and appointment of a 3rd member to Exhibit and Wayfinding Subcommittee. So I believe I appointed Representative Nicholas, and you appointed, who's the Senate?
Yeah,
appointee?
so the chairman's, Chairman Landon, Bill
was
Landon.
Landon.
And so the way that law was written, you just need a House member then.
Right, and it was suggested by both of them back to me that Representative Sherwood would be a good member, so, I mean, we can argue, we can do whatever. If somebody wants to make a motion,
I would move Representative Trey Sherwood from Albany County as the 3rd member to the Exhibit and Wayfinding Subcommittee.
is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries. Okay, the National Council of Legislators.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just need Management Council approval to reappoint the Capital Governance Subcommittee, the members there. And, our suggestion would be to pick members who are the SBC liaisons for that subcommittee. What that is just we need to get off the ground with some rules on how this complex will be used and maintained, and what the vision will be between the legislative and executive branches.
All right, who's on the I know SBC's got maybe Nicholas and somebody else, but I can't remember.
Myself, and I believe.
Right.
Pappas
Pappas
still.
and Representative Walters, and is Representative Nicholas? Yeah.
Okay, is that, somebody make a motion to that effect?
And you could add another member from each house if you wanted to.
Okay, so for the Capital Government Subcommittee, first motion, I would entertain the motion that we approve the members that are on SBC from both bodies. Is there a motion for that effect?
So moved, yeah. Second.
So moved and seconded, so, and then we'll take up whether we want to add another member. So it's been moved and seconded that the members of SBC from both bodies become the Capital Government Subcommittee. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Does anybody have an interest in adding another member from each body to that committee? Good, I'm good with the way
I'm
it
good, it's
is.
just what we
I'm good with it. No?
I'd make a
Rex?
motion to add a member from Legislative Facilities Tech Process from each the House and the Senate as 2 additional members to that. I can make
Is there a second? Second. All right, discussion?
Mr. Chairman, committee, because legislative technology facilities and process govern historically the facilities in the Capitol. So it makes sense to have at least historically a say in some of those decisions on space allocations and executive legislative relations when it comes to this building.
All right, we're just gonna vote that up or down. All those in favor of the motion to add 1 member from technology, whatever that one is, technology facilities to the Capitol Governance Subcommittee, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I got one more to do of the same ilk.
Okay, on this one though, who's on the House side there? Yeah, technology. All right, I guess it's gotta be Banks then, because you guys are already on that anyway. No, you're not. Never mind. I'll appoint, Yin. All right. Okay, Mr. President, you got a,
I do, Mr. Chairman, for the IFC, I'd like to make it where we can have an alternate. That's an important committee. And I'd like to set up where the speaker and the chairman can appoint an alternate to it. So you've got someone at those meetings. They're fairly critical. Right now, there's just one on each side, so let them have an alternate.
we can do that anyway, can't we?
No, and here's why. You adopted a policy actually against alternates. It got to be this issue about 4 years ago. We were having about as many alternates as we were having actual members of the committee. People were showing up at meetings, nobody knew whether you're an alternate, whether you weren't, how to handle alternates. It just got to be a real issue. And so council decided to say no alternate appointments to any of these.
So it would take a motion. And so if you want to make that motion, you can.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd offer a friendly amendment to the motion.
Well, we haven't made a motion yet.
Yeah, good, just make a new motion.
I would just make a motion, and I do recollect that Director Robrick on the issue of the alternates, and I do think it got a little carried away. I do think we ought to expand representation on the IFC, given where we're at with all the investment stuff with the treasurers and all that stuff. It is the institutional knowledge that you gain in the legislature by having access to work with the IFC is something I think that we need to expand within the legislative body. That is the conduit from the 5X and all the other investment strategies we've come from, and to understand the discussion that we had with the ESG and the Treasurer's Office and the interface with IFC, I think strengthens the overall investment strategies and knowledge within the legislature. So I would just suggest that we enlarge that representation by 1 additional member from each of the House and the Senate.
So is the IFC statutory, or is it something that we, as far as the liaisons, or is it the construct of us?
It is a construct of statute.
So
But
if we're
I think the legislative liaisons may not be. I think those may be
I think, I'm not against that, but I think if the liaisons are statutory and it's 1, then I don't think we do that. So I think we need to answer that question, and we can actually vote on that by remotely if we.
Well, you bet.
Once we find out that information, we can figure that out if we like.
No problem. I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay, now we are, let's see, now we're at National Council of Legislators from Gaming States, Representative Davis with a haircut. All right, looking pretty clean cut these days.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's not get used to that, though. This gaming, National Council of Legislators for Gaming states, we are a member of that, but we're not a dues-paying member, is what I understand on this. Senator Driscoll's been down there to this, and it seems that with the way the state of Wyoming is is going, that we need to be abreast of what is going on out there in the industry. So I think it would behoove us to do this. I visited a little bit with Director Moore, and he is talking about putting it into his budget request for 2024 to the governor, I guess, is what he was saying, so that they could.
Mr. Chairman, I can background a little bit on it because I've been to
Senator
Director Moore
Driscoll.
before. Dues are $5,000. They allow you almost unlimited legislators to go to it. I can tell you, it is now rolled into the online gaming as well. It is well worth your time. I went to Austin on it. They scholarshiped me and Senator Ellis 2 years ago to it. If you want to know what's happening in gaming wise in other states, it is critical. It is really, it's where all the regulators come and present. The operators are there. It's similar to NCSL or something of the sort, and you really get to see, if you want to understand gaming, it's important. And we've had a very hard time, as you know, your approach committees kind of took it on. Gaming is a difficult issue to get your hands around, and this is a good one. Once you pay your dues, then they scholarship the airfare and the motel rooms for your people that go. And I think they indicated to me, 4 or 5 people is not going to be a problem at all. You get your money back out of it. And the other hand, that'll leave you alone.
Director Obrick, kind of what's our policy? This is a bit different than, I don't know anything about this organization. I don't know if it's a trade organization. I don't have any idea.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't either. And it's a little out of the ordinary to ask for the Wyoming legislature to become a member of an organization. Now, if Representative Davis would like to attend one of these meetings and council thinks this is, he'd be attending in his official legislative function, completely within management council's authority, whether to reimburse him for the travel expenses and the registration to do that. I mean, we do that all the time. But having the legislature join an organization, we get our dues covered. That's actually through the feed bill. I mean, the bodies get to vote on that, on whether we're those members or not just management council, energy council, the CSG and NCSL.
So I guess Representative Davis, what would you like out of us?
Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to see is Representative Newsom has expressed interest in going to that, and I would like to go to that and see what we can derive from this meeting there. I know with my past being at the symposiums there in Arizona on the pari-mutuel side, and last year at the International Association of Racing Commissioners, there's an immense amount of information out there that we're not really abreast or aware of here in Wyoming. It really is eye-opening. So I think, like the good senator said there is a lot of information out there, and as we're in the infancy stage of gaming in Wyoming, really, we need to be abreast and understand what's going on out there in the industry as a whole.
So, committee, what I'd do is I would entertain a motion to fund the travel expenses of Representative Newsom and Representative Davis to go to the National Council of Legislators from gaming states. And I don't even care if it burns up a day. We can always go one more day over. We just have to make that decision, right? Director Obrick, if they decide to do more than 2 or something, I mean.
Oh, well, right, Mr. Chairman, so you can make the motion. I'm sorry, I was not following you at all there for a second. So what you're saying is whether this counts as one of Representative Davis and Newsom's 2 approved out-of-state trips?
Correct. We could make the motion that it doesn't.
Yeah, you can make that motion that it doesn't, for sure.
Right. So
You bet.
committee, whatever your pleasure is, I would entertain a motion. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve those two legislators to attend the meeting and cover both their registration and travel expenses. And a senator, if the Senate so has someone in mind.
Does the Senate have anybody that would like to attend?
Mr. Chairman, I've got a comment before, and I guess a question for Director Albrecht. That is, to me, we're gonna spend the money the same as the dues on the thing roughly, and, you know, what I'd looked at was below the line gaming. We've got excess money that goes there. Is this any different than joining a trade organization if the Charlie Moore wanted to include that as part of his underlying the budget? Right. As a trade organization type deal, because that's what it is. When you look at it, I'll read what it says. It's an only organization of state lawmakers meets on a regular basis to discuss issues regarding gaming. Members of NGCLS chair or are members of committees responsible for regulation of gaming in their state legislative houses, does not promote or oppose gaming concerned with regulation of the industry. I think it's right up the alley of what we want for our people to have for an understanding. And to me, for us to go spend, probably to send 3 or 4 people, it's gonna cost us what the dues are, and they're gonna wanna go every year. So to me, it makes sense if Director Olbrecht could tell me if Charlie could just include it in his budget coming up, we could go ahead and fund it this year. But I don't think our appropriations committee is gonna kick on $5,000 out of our gaming industry to educate legislators. So is that
So,
the line, Matt?
Matt,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, you bet. I mean, the Gaming Commission could include that in their budget request. It'd be completely appropriate. Or, you know, if you wanted to, you could include it in the feed bill too, of the legislature actually having the membership, so.
yeah, and I don't know whether, yeah, we can make that, but right now, to get them to wherever they want to go to this meeting in the interim,
I'll poll for our guys. You're talking 2 senators, huh?
whatever you would like. We
Okay,
took-
I'll find out. I'm guessing Alice will likely take a look at it, so I'll find out.
So the motion would be for 2 House members and 2 Senate members, and it will be, and the legislature will fund that. And then ultimately, if that becomes a different funding source, we'll go there. The only question is this their, does this burn one of their trips? I need to know
Mr.
that.
Chairman, my motion is for it not to count as one of their 2 pre-approved trips.
All right, you guys have heard the motion and the second, it's been seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I believe Director Moore is going to try and get some of the commission to go to this also, since it is just down in Denver. So it's a relatively close trip.
All right.
He's
Mr.
working
Speaker.
on that. Thank you.
Representative Yin.
I look forward to seeing the slideshow of what Representative Davis brings back from the meeting.
Oh, yes, we'll want a detailed report.
Mr. Chairman, if I can take Representative Yin with me, so I'll be technically advanced, I would love to. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have no interest in seeing either the slideshow or the report.
Well, it
For the
depends.
record.
All right, on to the last agenda item. And I think just a reminder, we started at 8, so that was 4 hours. And then we came back up at 1, and now we're at 6. That's 5 hours. We're getting pretty close to Representative Stiss. Yeah, we're getting really close to that 9.5 hour deal, aren't we? All right. On to Air Transportation Liaison Committee requests, Senator Driscoll.
I don't know what I'm requesting. I haven't talked to Tom.
Is there a Representative Walters out there in Netherland?
No, he is not, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I mean.
Representative Yin, if you got any clue what this is, have at it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I sent an email about this to request to put it on the agenda, and Matt put it on with the chairman's names. You know, the Air Transportation Liaison Committee usually meets one day of the year, and that's with the airline rendezvous in Jackson. So all it is just to request that same meeting that we've had previous years, to do it in Jackson, lined up with the airline rendezvous.
Is there any reason that wouldn't happen anyway?
I think it's usually approved at this meeting every year, if that's correct.
Is that correct, Director Obert?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, when you just approve the continuation of the Air Transportation Committee and they get that budget, they'll meet in, like they always do at that Jackson Rendezvous.
So we're good, or do we have to do something?
Mr. Chairman, it's been included. Last year, you guys did a vote to include me. I actually got paid for on the outside, me and someone else, I believe.
So we need a motion.
Yeah, just have a motion.
Representative Yin. Second. Moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Motion carries.
We've got, sorry, Mr. Chairman, we've got one last item. of
One
business.
last item, thank you.
Yeah, I bet. Well, first, Don and Tamara did some research, and the ex officio non-voting legislative members are statutory to the IFC, 94720A. So one ex officio voting member appointed by the president and one appointed by the speaker.
I kind of wondered that, so I think that
Resolves that issue.
that resolves that issue. Is that the issue you were talking
No,
about?
sorry, but the other one, it's not hard either. Mr. Chairman, I just handed it out. Staff's chomping at the bit to get their comp time approved. So this is a listing of comp time worked since November 1st, 2022 through the end of the 23 session on March 3rd. You'll notice, Mr. Chairman, this doesn't include either myself or the administrators. Council made that decision last year to exclude the director and the administrators from the awarding of comp time.
So would you just give us the motion we need to make? And
Yeah, just move to approve LSO comp time as provided by me.
Is there a motion on that?
So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? I just want to thank staff for all of the comp time they put in, all the hard work they put in through the session and through the interim. And I really appreciate our staff and all the things they do for us. And I know this is like late in the day and we're kind of just blowing through this, but I don't want staff to misunderstand that we do really appreciate their work. And I'm certainly willing to vote to support the paying of the comp time. So
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is just the award of the comp time so that folks can use it. And if there's any comp time buyback, that happens later.
Gotcha.
But, Tamara and Matt Wilmarth and Heather Cameraman put together this kind of neat little chart here on comp time through the years, broke out from professional staff and admin staff. And then what's really neat is, our staff's grown a little bit. And so they have an average per staff that I think is instructive. So when you don't include the administrators, for professional staff, our number of overtime hours per staff member starts to look a lot more like it did in 2015 than it did in years since. That doesn't mean Don's not working as much as he always works. But yeah.
So
Adds 50% to this?
Yeah. So we have a motion on the floor where Senator Nethercott, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, I have a question. So the administrators, they're exempt?
Mr. Chairman, they are, and that was a request from me, and they're compensated in other ways. So it was a deal we wanted, and this is a better thing for the office.
I'm just really curious about the law. I support it all. So I'm really just asking you some legal questions for my knowledge and how we operate here. But the professional staff is not exempt.
So, Mr. Chairman, I actually think under the Fair Labors Act, every legislative employee could be considered exempt,
Yeah.
but we don't treat the administrative staff that way. We've got 3 tiers or 4 tiers now, I guess, of employees and how they're awarded overtime. There's the non-exempt administrative front office staff. They get time and a half, or the equivalent of comp time and time and a half for every hour of overtime worked. There's our legislative editors, which is our version of paralegals. They have a two-tiered system. During the interim, they get a half hour for every 1 hour of OT they work, and then an hour for hour during the session. And then professional staff during the session, or from November 1st through the end of the session, it's up to management council's prerogative on whether to award them any comp time or not. And then administrators and the director aren't eligible for comp time.
That's good with FLSA?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
All right, do we want to keep rolling on this? So Representative Zwanitzer.
I do then just want to ask, Mr. Chairman, at a subsequent management council, we could have some time, and maybe it's executive session, maybe not, to go over some of this, because that is interesting to me in the HR world. That's how we do this. One quick question, though. When we say holiday hours, these are the standard state holidays? Because I'm trying to add up some of these numbers for Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, Equality Day.
President's Day.
President's Day, thanks.
Day after Thanksgiving.
Those are I feel better now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You bet. And, I'll be honest, this is when this always hits. It hits at the end of the long day, and we always have, all of these issues, like, unless we take a separate meeting, and maybe that's something we should do, is just a meeting that we're just going to talk about some of this stuff. And because we've got a lot of new members on management council, and it maybe wouldn't hurt to, at some point, do a little Zoom and a little education. Maybe it's an executive session where we just have an education on all of that, how we pay staff, how we compensate. And all of that.
You bet, Mr. Chairman. And I would just say that the last management council did a lot in that realm. Yeah, a lot. So.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. With that, is there anything else for the good of the order? Nope. All right, meeting adjourned.